6:02, and this is the 13th meeting of the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission. We thank all who've come tonight, all the presenters and applicants and public. Appreciate you being here. We'll start by having a roll call of the commissioners. Commissioner Murphy?
Here.
Commissioner Scott, we'll excuse him for tonight. Is Commissioner Birch?
Here.
Commissioner Colson?
Here.
Commissioner Rowley?
Here.
And I'm Commissioner Wickstrom, will be chairing the meeting tonight. How this will work out with each applicant when they come up, we'll first have our staff give a presentation on the application. After that, the commissioners will have any questions for staff. After any questions we have for staff, the applicant will come forward, and they'll have 15 minutes to make a presentation. And at that time, they'll also be able to answer any questions that the commissioners might have for them. After the applicant, we'll have public testimony. At the time, we have either you've signed up in the back or you've signed up online. We will call you up to the podium, and you will give your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to make your presentation. We try to, because we have so many people tonight, we'll try to stick to that 3 minutes as much as possible. After we've heard public testimony, we'll again go back to staff. And then any questions there? Actually, and then the applicant will be able to come forward. Actually, the applicant will come forward and they'll have 15 minutes for rebuttal. Then we'll go back to staff for any other final comments and questions that commissioners would have. Commissioners will then make a motion to either deny, approve, or table the application, and then we'll take a vote on it. We're looking for a motion here to make some adjustments.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Murphy?
I move that we take item 1, which is 2026-00273-ZC-S-PUD-MS-P-PR-HD-ALT and 2024-00171-DA-DM Darren Taylor to the last item of the night.
We have a motion to readjust the items on the agenda. We have a second.
I'll second.
Commissioner Colson seconded. All in favor of the adjustments to the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
And I say aye. Any opposed? Good. We'll begin, and I apologize. I left my glasses at home, so I'm flying semi-blind here. So if I sound illiterate, I'm only halfway illiterate. We'll start with application 2026-00819-ZC. Oops, sorry, that was to be tabled. We have two items we need to table. We have a motion to table these two items.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Murphy?
I move that we table project number 2026-00819-ZC-DA-S-PR to the September 10th, 2026 public hearing.
We have a motion to table this item. Does it have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Colson, second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I say aye. And then to also table the next item on the agenda, have a motion for that table.
Chairman,
Commissioner Birch?
I move that we table item 202-600-881-CU-MSP Travis Clyde to the September 10th, 2026 meeting.
We have a motion to table this item. We have a second.
Second.
Commissioner Rowley, and all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And I say aye too. We will move on to the next item. Item, application 2026-01163-CU-MSP-ALT, Jim Lowell, and we'll be turning the time over to Brent Daniels for his presentation.
Dear Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for the record, Brent Danielson with Ada County Development Services. Project number 2026-01163 CU-MSP-ALT is a conditional use and master site plan application for an event center for the expansion of the Lowe Family Farmstead agri-entertainment venue and a request for alternative compliance for the off-street parking and landscape plans. The property is generally located east of Kuna near the intersection of South Eagle Road and East Cunamora Road. The property is approximately 163.59 acre working family farm located at 2500 South Eagle Road. The Lowe Family Farmstead was approved by A County to operate on this property in 2018. It is a working farm and agritourism venue that conducts agritourism activities such as corn mazes, harvest festivals, and other seasonal events and activities on the property. Agritourism allows a property owner to keep land in agricultural production while directly marketing the products and experience of a farm to customers. The farm produces crops and has agritourism activities on a seasonal basis. Most of their customer activity is during the fall season from mid-September through the end of October with a focus on the corn maze and pumpkin sales. The venue is being expanded to allow marketing of farm products throughout the year, including beef, pork, honey, and farm souvenirs. Sales will occur between the hours of 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. and are generally farm-to-consumer sales similar to roadside markets. They are replacing several temporary structures and tents with permanent structures. These improvements to the site include a new 6,000 square foot barn-style structure with flexible space for retail and meetings, an approximately 7,200 square foot pavilion for gathering and attractions, 3 pavilions consisting of approximately 1,500 square feet for gathering, sitting, and eating, an approximately 2,400 square foot structure for a bakery, and an approximately 1,100 square foot exit booth. The applicant has made a request for alternative compliance for the off-street parking plan and the landscaping and screening plan. The request for the off-street parking plan is for the parking to be provided on the pasture. The applicant proposes to continue with the parking configuration currently approved and in use. The current parking during their busy fall season is on 13 acres of pasture ground on the north side of the park property, with additional 5 acres of pasture available to use as overflow parking. The parking service is perennial forage grass and is either harvested or grazed before the corn maze opens for the season. This area yields space for approximately 1,600 vehicles. It should be noted that there is also an all-weather service parking area for those events that fall outside of the busy fall season. The request for the landscaping and screening plan is to maintain farm fences and cultivated fields consistent with the historical nature of the property and surrounding areas instead of the formal landscaping of trees and shrubs along the property lines. The applicant has stated that the farm aesthetic is appropriate for the area and use and provides added environmental benefits associated with production agriculture. Staff finds that strict adherence to the requirements are not feasible as the property is a working farm and requiring a separate parking lot and the planting of trees and shrubs along the perimeter of the property would take agricultural ground out of production and would adversely affect the farm aesthetic that the applicant is seeking for the agritourism activities that will be occurring on the property. Staff finds that the proposed alternative compliance provides an equal means for meeting the requirements. Most of the agritourism events occurring on the property are seasonal in nature. The applicant has stated in his request for the off-street parking plan that the large parking area on the pasture is only used during the fall season when they have the most visitors. In regards to the landscaping, most of the agritourism activities occur near the center of the property, thus there is a buffer of agricultural crops between the activity area and the perimeter of the property. In addition, none of the neighboring property owners, agencies, or political subdivisions have provided testimony that the proposed off-street parking and landscaping is detrimental to the public welfare or adversely affects the character of the surrounding neighborhood. There were no written neighbor comments on this application received. Several agencies have provided comments on the application. The Ada County Sheriff's Office and the City of Kuna stated that they have no comment on the application. The Central District Health Department replied that the applicant must obtain a tank permit for new structures. The Ada County Highway District responded that there are no improvements required to adjacent streets. The Ada County building official replied that a building permit is required and commercial occupancy buildings shall comply with currently adopted International Building Code requirements and require stamped plans from an Idaho licensed design professional. The plans are required to provide a full code analysis. Staff finds that the application complies with the Kuna Comprehensive Plans adopted by Ada County and the Ada County Code and recommends approval to the commission. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Danielson. Is there any questions from the commissioners? I just have, can you go back to the, go back to the map? So I was there a couple of years ago. It looks like, what is the new parking area that they're expanding to? Because it looked like that's the old one too.
Mr. Chairman, the parking area is actually not changing. So with adoption of the new zoning ordinance, our parking standards have changed a little bit. And so the applicant, their proposal is to have the parking remain as is. And so with alternative compliance, because we have a new application that's under the new ordinance, the applicant is requesting alternative compliance for the existing parking to remain as is.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll invite the applicant forward. You'll have 15 minutes, and please give us your name and address.
Thank you. My name is Jim Lowe, and our property is 2500 South Eagle Road in Cuna. And Brent did a good job summarizing what we're looking to do. Really not a change in what we're doing. We'd just like to improve some of the facilities where we've been using tents and temporary structures. We'd like to build some real structures that are less likely to blow away in the wind and to improve the aesthetic and the guest experience. And so that's the substance of what we'd like to do. And I'd be happy to stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lowe?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Murphy?
Hey, Mr. Lowe. Just a quick little question. Are you going to get rid of the inflatable dragon?
No, it's very popular. I imagine
Okay.
we'll continue as is.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Important things out of the way. Any other questions? Everyone, it makes sense that you've got a plan that's going to go over 6 years to get all this, because you've got quite a bit going in there. There's a limit, Mr. Daniels, isn't there? The permit will only be good for, is it a year or 2 years to get it done? Is that something that can be done administratively if he needs to extend it?
Mr. Chairman, with the phasing plan, with the phasing plan, he can complete it within the specified phases. So with this conditional use master site plan, the phasing plan would the structures and associated improvements would be need to be done based upon the phasing plan. So the phasing plan, the first phase would need to be done within like the first 2 years,
Okay.
and then the second phase would have some additional years beyond that to complete the second phase, and so on.
Okay. And one more question. So you're going to have some additional sales of meat and produce going on there. Is that going to go on while the normal activities are going on at night when you've got everybody else there? Or is that a separate activity?
Yes, both. We produce eggs and our own beef and pork and honey and so on. And so while guests are there during the season, we have been selling those, and we'd like to be able to have a little shop where people could stop by at other times, not during our busy season, and stop off for some of those products that they've come to enjoy.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you, and I'll go ahead and take a seat. We'll turn the time back over to Mr. Danielson. Any other further questions for staff? With that, we'll...
Before you close the public hearing, I do want to enter my presentation into the record, and that'll be exhibit number 28 will be my presentation.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll close the public testimony and look for a motion to approve, deny, or table this application.
We don't have anybody else out there.
I'm sorry.
Do we have anybody
Oh,
else out
no, we don't. We don't have anybody online?
there? No.
And I'm sorry, is there anybody who'd like to come forward and testify? Sorry, we're getting ahead of myself here.
Commissioner, I think somebody raised their hand.
Oh, please come on up. I just had Mr. Lowell on the sheet, that's why. Please state your name and address.
My name's Tim Johnson. I live at 5175 East King Road in Cuna, adjacent pretty much to the property owner, within 1,000 feet, I guess. And my concerns is threefold. It's mainly with pollution, lights, dust, and noise. Last year, there was tremendous dust that was generated out of the parking lot, almost like a fog out there, and so it was pretty annoying. The other thing is the lighting. They're using some of this temporary lighting, and from the previous recommendations from Ada County is that none of the light's supposed to extend more than 30 degrees from the ground, or from the base up, and they've had some of them almost pointed straight out, so they're kind of blurring. So I'd like to see that go away. I don't know if that's a code issue that needs to be addressed. The other thing is with the noise. When these cars leave the parking lot, they're beeping their horns trying to find their cars. And so maybe they need to put in some sort of parking lot designators so that people can find their cars rather than beep them all night trying to get out. I mean, it probably doesn't sound like a big issue, but when you live right next door with the cars honking their horns all night, it's kind of annoying. But I guess the main thing is the dust that I don't like, but.
Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Murphy?
How you doing, Mr. Johnson? Where do you live on, there's a map up there on the screen. You live directly west of Eagle Road on one of those properties, or where do you live
I
at?
would live, according to his property, I would live directly, I guess that would be north,
North.
off of King Road.
Okay. And then as far as dust, do you see water trucks mitigating that kind of thing? or-
No, I've seen some water trucks come in there and do it there, but it seems like it has to be a lot more frequent because it's pretty dusty in there.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for coming down. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now we go back. We go back to Mr. Danielson, if that's okay. Now, any other questions for Mr. Danielson? Because Commissioner Birch?
So Brent, the lighting, is the development that Mr. Lowe plans on doing, is it subject to the requirements that meet the lighting standards as it would in other parts of the county?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Birch, it is, I think I'm going to look at the conditions of approval that I have proposed and just check that really quick here. So condition number 18 that's proposed, it does state that any lighting on the site shall comply with the lighting regulations in section 8-3 of the AA County Code. So obviously the lighting would need to be in compliance with AA County Code.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I know
Commissioner Murphy, go
we're
ahead.
kind of a little out of order, kind of a little bit, I guess. Do you have a rebuttal? Do we have a
Oh,
rebuttal?
yeah, I'm sorry, yes. Actually, the applicant will come up last.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for checking on that, though. So we could have staff questions and then rebuttal. Mr. Danielson, also just going along those same lines, most parking lots, places where we have RV storages, they have to put down a certain type of material to try to mitigate the dust problem. Is that something that is, we don't have to consider that here in this situation because of the way the field is used the majority of the time?
Yeah, and that's, Mr. Chairman, that's part of the alternative compliance. So, one thing that, if you so choose, is you could maybe have a condition about, watering the pasture area where the parking is going to be taking place to reduce the dust. So that could be maybe a condition of approval that you may elect to add to address that situation.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Mr. Lowe, if you can come back up if you'd like and address those concerns.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to respond also to that. As to the dust issue, as we've mentioned, most of the year, the parking lot we're grazing cows out there and growing grass, and so we don't want to remove that out of production. We have upgraded our irrigation system to permanent solid set sprinklers that we can turn on and water at night in order to keep that dust settled at least overnight, as long as we have irrigation water is available in the canals. And then we do run a water truck also for that. Every year there's a few days that are particularly busy when it's beautiful weather in middle of October, and people really come out, and sometimes that can kind of stretch us, and we recognize that, but we do make a genuine effort to find the right balance in mitigating that dust and also keeping that in production and making improvements along the way that will help that. As for the lights, those temporary light towers are pretty bright lights, and we do make every effort to angle those down and away from our neighbors, but they are pretty bright lights. And our vision is that the more we can convert from temporary pop-up structures and facilities to improved facilities, then the more we can get away from that type of thing. And so that's what this application is for, and improving facilities is to hopefully reduce the temporary aspect of that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Lowell? Mr. Lowell, I just have one. I also, I was there a couple years ago, but your parking is very organized, getting in and out of there, but you walk out there in the middle of the night and you can't remember which aisle you're in. I wonder if there's a way to put marker, like A, B, C, D, or 1, 2, 3, 4 on each aisle to kind of help people get back to the car so they're not doing that to find their automobile.
That's a good point. And actually, we have invested in reflective signage on each lane and labeled on both ends of the lane, so as people are coming into a parking lane, it matches up with the same number as when they're walking back out to their vehicle and they're coming from the other direction, if they will note and can remember that lane, which I know can be forgotten in the excitement of enjoying themselves.
Yeah, and it won't be 100%, but it might. I can imagine 100, 200 people a night
Yeah.
setting off their horns to find where they're at. All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Lowell. Appreciate it. And, there's your neighbor. Maybe you guys could talk and give each other your phone numbers, and if there's a problem, he can get a hold of you. Thank you. With that, okay. Now, we'll close the public testimony, and I'm looking for a motion to approve, deny, or table.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Murphy?
based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing, I recommend that the commission, I move to the commission approve project number 2026-01163 CU-MSP-ALT, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A and the master site plan dated June 30th, 2026.
We have a motion for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Birch, thank you. All in favor of approval of this application, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I say aye also. Thank you very much. Our next item, application 2026-00864-CU-MSP, Mike Mussel, and we'll turn the time over to Mr. Davis.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, Elijah Davis, Ada County Associate Planner. Before you tonight is project number 2026-00864-CU-MSP, which is an application for a conditional use and master site plan for a 24-hour fitness facility located in an existing structure. The property is located at 4495 South Meridian Road and contains 1.59 acres in the limited office district in the Jessica Condo subdivision. The property is within Meridian's area of impact and currently has an active annexation application with the city. The future land use map for Meridian designates this property as mixed-use community. The commission finds the application complies with the Meridian Comprehensive Plan as adopted by Ada County. The surrounding properties are developing into residential uses from former agricultural uses. The following is the previously approved master site plan for Jessica Condo. It was originally approved and platted in 2011 and then amended in 2021 when there was an addition made to the existing structure. The applicant is not proposing any changes to the previously approved master site plan. The proposed 24-hour fitness facility will occupy approximately 4,052 square feet of the existing structure. The hours of operation are proposed to be 24 hours with the expected peak use time before 9 a.m. and after 4 p.m. Clients are expected to spend around 45 to 75 minutes during their visit. The max number of clients expected at one time is between 15 and 25, with an expected daily average between 50 and 75. The total number of employees will be between 3 and 5, with approximately 2 to 3 present during the largest shift. Staff hours are expected to generally occur during daytime office hours and scheduled coaching times. There is a total number of 48 parking spaces with 3 ADA spaces. The parking plan was approved with the previous master site plan in 2021. The parking is shared with the other use on-site, the Adventure Church, and will generally not conflict with its parking needs. The existing vehicle parking does comply with the current Ada County Code parking requirements. The application was transmitted to relevant agencies and neighbors within 300 feet on July 14th. Comments were received from the Ada County Building Official, Ada County Associate Engineer, Central District Health, Boise Project Board of Control, and the City of Meridian. The City of Meridian Community Development Department commented that the city requests that the county require the proposed fitness facility to comply with the city's specific use standards. Key conditions are to obtain a building permit for the tenant improvement and to obtain a zoning certificate. Staff finds that this application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the Planning and Zoning Commission. This presentation will be entered as an exhibit to the record, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Any questions, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Murphy?
Hey, Mr. Davis, what sort of business is there right now in that structure? Do you know, or is it empty or vacant, or?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes, previously it was an udder health laboratory for cows, and to my knowledge, that business is no longer there, and the current property owner is seeking the new tenant, which would be this 24-hour fitness facility.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Rowley?
Yeah, question regarding parking. I don't know what the operating hours or service schedule is for the church facility, but assuming that there's periods where both church services are going on and this health club is in operation, seems like that parking lot is going to get overflowed. And I don't see anything for any overflow parking. Where would other cars park if they went in there, again, at peak hours of both entities? Where would they park?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, certainly that is a good question. It was our understanding that generally the parking would not conflict with the use, as the peak hours for the use and then the church generally don't coincide, and the church would, typically be on Sundays. But I think that could be possibly something addressed in an additional condition.
Is it Mike Mussel? Am I
Yes.
pronouncing that right? Is the applicant for this healthcare facility related to the church at all, or are they totally separate businesses as far as you know?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, they are not related.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Davis? Commissioner Birch?
So, Mr. Davis, if the applicant wanted to designate a certain number of parking spaces that would be only for the gym use, would they be allowed to do that, or would that be subject to the ownership of the building? Would they have to negotiate that? Tell me how that would work, because if they could put up signage and say, this is parking for only the gym, then it's not going to stop people from necessarily parking there, but it would discourage them.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I think I will defer to Christie on that one.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, in this particular instance, because it is a multi-tenant building, typically we like to see that they do not designate specific spaces for the different uses, as long as they're providing adequate space. But I don't believe the applicant intends to do that. They could probably speak to that. But we look at the joint uses and make sure that the parking is adequate for the multiple uses. But we don't specify they have to or cannot, just that they cannot limit to the point where it no longer meets our parking code.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? With that, we'll invite the applicant to come forward. Mike Mussel. Hello, please give us your name and address.
Allie Smith Cobb, and my address is 395 South San Mateo Avenue in Cuna, Idaho, 83634. And I am not Mike Mussel, I am the tenant. So I am the owner of the Fitness Life and Trainer, and he's explained a lot of it, so I can address the parking. In our gym, it's gonna mostly be coming in and out, a lot of personal training sessions, so they're here for an hour, they leave. It's very short term. And in a gym, a 24-hour gym specifically, you get the early people before their work, so they're long gone before even 8 a.m., and then you get them after work. And so I've actually talked to the church to make sure, and she said that she's usually in the middle and on Sundays. So, and our Sunday crowd tends to be a little bit light, so we didn't think that there was gonna be an issue. She did say that she wanted to have a little bit of room in front of the church, like a couple parking spots for her staff. And so I'm just going to guide gym members the other side. So there's quite a bit of space between them, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Very good. Any questions? With that, we'll maybe invite you back up later if there's any other rebuttals that are needed. Thank you. I have nobody online or nobody has signed up to speak. Is there anybody who did not sign up and would like to speak to this application? We have nobody online? Oh, please come forward. State your name and address.
My name's Rebecca Forster, and my address is 8849 West Sloan Street in Boise, 83714. I'm representing the tenant, so I'm a third party connected to the project. And so I just kind of wanted to point out that there's, the only thing that we are asking is for this business, there's no site impacts. We had a whole presentation, but you pretty much covered it because it's, as the staff was saying, it's almost a no-brainer situation. The building has been vacant for some time, and so I know that the owner is really looking forward to getting a tenant in there. And the church people are great to deal with. I think if there is an issue with parking, if there was some sort of condition that you guys wanted to put on it, it would be easy to work with. So I just wanted to throw that out there because Mike's not here to speak
Thank you. Any questions?
on his behalf.
I think the only question or only concern would just be on Sundays. Do you know what the hours for the church are when they start their services?
I believe they start like mid-morning. I believe they start mid-morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
I realize
So-
most people exercise, again, early in the morning, late in the evening.
Yeah. And I think that's where, we had this conversation up front to make sure there were no issues with the tenant that Mike already has there. And so with the mid-morning service and that being the lightest impact that the Fitness Life will have, it seemed to be a really good mesh of tenants.
Any other questions? One more. Do you know, are there ADA parking spaces close to where the actual church building, that part of it? I can't see the parking plan very
Do you have the
well.
master site plan? I know I have it on does it say on there where the ADA parking is?
A few older members that would like to park close.
Yeah,
You can see
yeah.
it in the.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the corner where the building turns, you'll see the three
Oh, I see.
ADA parking
Okay.
spaces.
Yes, I do see them now. Okay, thank you very much. All right.
Yeah.
No other questions? Thank you very much for
Yeah,
coming.
for sure.
All right. back to Steph. Any other additional questions for Mr. Davis? Okay, thank you very much. And if you'd like to come forward again, and if you haven't, there's no rebuttal, but if there's any other comments you'd like to make, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing then. Looking for a motion to approve, deny, or table this application? Commissioner Colson?
I look to, where is it? Oh, there it is. Approve 202-600-864-CU-MSP, 24-hour fitness, or 24-hour, membership fitness for approval.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Murphy seconds it. Commissioner Colson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I mean, I go by that place all the time. I think it's a great location. I think it is, easy access on the main road, and so traffic isn't a problem. And I do think the hours, and you can probably ask for a better tenant on the other side as far as looking at that. 33 parking spots might be a little shy, but I think it'll be fine.
Okay, Commissioner Murphy, any additions?
No.
All in favor of approval of this application, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. Unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Next up, application 2026 is 01193-CU-MSP LKY Architects. Turn the time over to Ms. Hayes.
Chairman and Commissioners, for the record, Amelia Haynes. Project number 2026-01193-CU-MSP is a conditional use and master site plan to construct a new elementary school to replace the existing Lake Hazel Elementary School building. The property is located at 11711 West Lake Hazel Road and contains 9.562 acres in the low-density residential district. The property is located in the southwest Boise area, east of Meridian city limits, northeast of Kuna city limits, and southwest of Boise city limits. Most of the surrounding property is residential uses, with 2 churches adjacent to the north and east boundaries. The site has been an elementary school since the early 1970s. The existing school building has been in existence since approximately 1975, and the applicants are proposing to construct a new school to the south of the site where the grass area is, and convert the area where the existing school is into a new and expanded parking lot and drop-off area. The existing school building will remain in place until the new building is constructed, after which the building will be demolished to prevent disruption to the school session. The new parking area can accommodate about 202 cars and also includes handicap parking and bicycle parking spots as required by county code. Also included is a separate bus circulation area to the parent pickup drop-off area that is able to accommodate up to 6 school buses. Ada County Highway District has reviewed the access and circulation plan and with conditions can approve the site. The proposed landscape plan provides screening on all property lines, retaining existing landscaping where possible. However, the amount of deciduous trees and shrubs on certain property lines does not meet the perimeter landscape standards of county code, and therefore the landscape plan is conditioned to be revised to comply with perimeter landscape standards. The applicants have also submitted a lighting plan that includes specifications of wattage, lumens, and full cutoff shielding. However, there are 3 light poles that are too close to the property line based on the height of the poles. As a condition of approval, the lighting plan will need to be revised to comply with pole light setbacks, which increase with the height of the pole. Also included in the plans are a new sports court, shaded area, and playground. The applicants are proposing to keep the existing school building in place during construction, and when construction is finished, move the students to the new building and demolish the existing building and construct the new parking and landscaping. The existing school building serves approximately 400 students, and the new school building is anticipated to accommodate 800 students on full build-out. The property is currently serviced by Veolia for potable water and septic for the existing school, but will be connecting to Boise Municipal Sewer for the new school building. The application was transmitted to agencies concerned with the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare, as well as neighbors within 300 feet. The City of Boise commented that the plans will need to be reviewed by their Planning and Development Department for fire code review prior to the building permit being issued. The Ada County building official commented that a building permit that complies with the commercial occupancy standards of the International Building Code, including a code analysis, is required. Boise Project Board of Control commented that the Hess lateral is located in the boundaries of this property, and no development can affect the operation or maintenance of this lateral. Boise Public Works commented that wetline sewer is available, and the applicant will need to contact sewer rating for connection fees. Additionally, they commented that all food service prep requires suitable and adequate grease abatement equipment and must follow the established fat, oil, and grease best management practices. Ada County Highway District commented with conditions requiring the construction of detached concrete sidewalk or asphalt pathway adjacent to West Lake Hazel Road, dedication of right-of-way, construction of temporary turn lanes on West Lake Hazel Road, reconstruction of existing driveways, construction of a new driveway, and prohibiting access onto Lake Hazel except as specifically approved. The Ada County engineer commented that a grading and drainage application is required to be approved prior to construction. These comments have all been incorporated into the conditions of approval. At this time, no neighbors have submitted comments. Staff finds the application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the commission. This presentation will be known as Exhibit Number 34, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Haynes? Commissioner Rowley.
Yes, Ms. Haynes, can you reiterate what you said about the landscaping? They're having to redesign the landscaping?
Yes, according to our code, there's a certain number of deciduous trees and shrubs required along 100 feet of linear feet, or 100 linear feet along certain property lines. And some of the property lines do comply with the number, but some of them do not, so they just need to revise it to add those additional trees and shrubs.
And are there any unique landscaping design code requirements specific to school construction where you wouldn't necessarily want as much, say, trees, for example, along the frontage road that would hide? I'm thinking from just a security standpoint, are there different codes required for landscaping specific to schools?
There are none specific to schools, but in this case, there are slightly different standards for parking lots. So the property line against West Lake Hazel Road, since it's the perimeter of the parking lot, will have slightly different standards than the other perimeters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Murphy?
Hi, Ms. Haynes. How tall is this building versus the present building?
I believe they're both,
Are they
I
similar?
apologize, the elevation drawings are included in the packet, but I don't remember off the top of my head how
I see-
tall in comparison.
I see the 125-foot to roof on the new elevation is what I see. I was just curious what the current or present building was. Is it similar, you think, or?
The applicant may have that information,
Okay.
but unfortunately I don't.
Okay. No, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. We'll invite the applicant to come forward. And please give us your name and address, and you'll have 15 minutes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is David Reinhardt. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for West Ada School District. And then I will yield some time to our architects and landscape architects that can answer some of those specific questions. But I wanted to introduce the project on behalf of our Board of Trustees, just to say we monitor growth in all of our areas, and as we see growth in the southern part of our school district, made a decision based on the location of Lake Hazel Elementary School and the need for a new educational facility there to ultimately to build in the back of our current school, which is single-story, as is the new building. Both are single-story. And so we've employed the land group and LKV Architects to assist us in this project. The new school will accommodate our current students, plus will take off pressure off of some of our area schools, such as Mary McPherson, which is near Meridian Road on Amity, and Hillsdale Elementary School, which is very nearby and near the YMCA, or connected to the YMCA. So this will expand our capacity and be a great public school in the neighborhood for a long time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Birch?
So are the boundaries of the school district going to be changing? Not the district itself, but for this particular school?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Birch, we will be going through a re-boundarying process this fall to take some of the pressure off of those overcrowded schools and adjust, and ultimately, there'll be more students going to Lake Hazel when the new school opens than previous. We're ultimately almost doubling. Current capacity is actually 500 if we pack them all in. This new capacity will be 700, and so we will be drawing new boundaries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Oh,
Good. I think with that, we'll invite you back later and
very good.
For
I
any rebuttals
yield
that we
to
need.
Sean Connor.
Commissioners, Chairman, Sean Connor, 462 East Shore Drive, Eagle, Idaho, 83643. I am the landscape architect in representing the civil engineers for the site plan. As David had mentioned and as planning staff have mentioned, this site was very unique, that we had to basically fit a building onto the site while we retained the existing building functional, which really limited us to how the site laid out. As you can see here in the site plan, if you wouldn't mind switching to the site plan. We have two main parking lots. The one on the left is the primary visitor or parent drop-off that has about approximately 175 stalls in it with about 600 linear feet, which is tripling the amount of linear feet of drop-off that the current configuration has, which will greatly aid in reducing some of that backup that occurs out onto Lake Hazel Road. And then we have the second parking lot on the right-hand side or the east side, which is dedicated to bus and staff only. So that is going to be a restricted entrance just for those facilities, and then really trying to demingle parents and buses so we don't have that conflict as people are on and off the site. All the access for the pedestrians kind of move around the site. There's dedicated sidewalks, trying to limit any kind of pedestrians or students that are crossing into parking lot. Everything is on sidewalks that are protected back into it. And then the main area, which is the school on the south side, is kind of where we can fit it on the back side of the existing school, with the main play field now shoving over to the east side where the church is. That's the main playground, main play field. While the play field had to be reduced a little bit to get the parking counts up to kind of suit this larger school needs, it was enhanced with some other larger equipment, more equipment that's going to be put out there for students to be out there, and then a full synthetic turf field. That way the field is fully usable year-round for the students and with the foot traffic we're anticipating with all these students on site. Some other key items to mention, it was brought up about the landscape plan. The landscape plan is being reproduced right now and will be resubmitted to comply with everything that planning staff had mentioned. And then all the comments received from all the other AHJs, ACHD, City of Boise, Boise Border Control, all those we don't see an issue with. I can stand for any questions before I hand it off to the architect.
Any questions that we have? Not at this time. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Commissioner Chair, or Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Toby Norskog, LKV Architects, 2400 East Riverwalk Drive. So we are the architect for this building, and to answer your question on the height, yes, it's a comparable. So the new building is approximately 25 feet above finished floor at the U-shaped design. In the southwest corner is where the gymnasium's going to be. That will go up to 34 feet. The cafeteria is, it's around, I believe, 28-ish. It steps down, but pretty much most of the building is around that 25 feet, which is comparable with the existing facility. Just to let you guys know, the materials, we did make sure that they blend in with the residential neighborhood. We got some CMU block with some metal panel accents, sloped roofs, asphalt shingles. We do have some PVC membrane on the gymnasiums, but they are hidden by parapets. And most of the, if not all, most of it, I'll say most of it, of the mechanical units are hidden in mechanical wells as well to help any on-site conditions. So,
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Rowley?
What are the security design elements? Is there fencing around this entire facility? Is there gates?
Yes.
To get in and out? What does that look like nowadays?
Yeah, Commissioner Rowley, there will be fencing around the property. It'll extend around the playground area, and it'll tie back into the building on all sides. There's also security at the entries. There's N2 devices that as people approach the school, they have to push a button to communicate with the receptionist, and they get to determine if they allow them to enter the building or not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Colson?
I had a question for you, and this is just, me looking at the sports field, and I probably should have asked this question to the last person, but my thought process is, I heard synthetic turf, and I'm just looking more at, amenities. I've been through tons of sports complexes, but just a thought, maybe there's a way to add with a corner, setting the backstop back and turning to where it's a multi-use, right? Where you can not only do soccer, but you can also do a little softball game for the kids or kickball or whatever. So it becomes more of not just that field, but you have the ability to do that. And I think the minimum cost would be pretty, you're cutting different lines in the synthetic turf. But anyways, that was kind of my question for you.
Yeah, Commissioner Colson. So graphically, it is represented as a soccer field, but the field is not going to be painted. It's not going to have the soccer goals. It is truly just going to be a synthetic turf field. We designate the soccer field on there just to help show the size of what can fit on that field.
Yeah, that's why I liked it. That's why I was saying, the ability to be able to do a multi, up in Seattle and Portland and all those guys. It's just an amenity that I thought that would be something that could help with the kids.
Yep.
But go ahead.
There is a backstop included. It's very hard to see. It's in the top right corner of the synthetic field.
Oh, perfect.
It's kind of hidden up back there, so it
Perfect.
will
Cool.
provide for that kickball, softball, t-ball games.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you for coming. With that, we'll open it up to any public comments. I have, is there anybody online?
No, there is not.
Okay, I have Craig, and I'll call you up one at a time. Craig Kutner? Bonnie? Okay, state your name and address for us, please.
I'm Bonnie Cooter, and the address is 11801 West Lake Hazel Road, and we overlook the playground of the school right now. Okay. My question is, there was a gateway in the back corner to the right of the screen, and then another gate to the left. Are those going to be taken out for the kids? Are they going to have to walk around the whole school then to get into the school, or are they going to leave them there for the kids behind the school?
That's a question we're going to hold over because we're going to invite the applicant back, and we can ask that question for him. So you say on the back side of the school, there was a gate?
Yeah, and there's a walkway too for the kids in back so they could get to the school without having to go up to Lake Hazel
All the way
and around. Another thing is, how are they going to get the kids across Lake Hazel? It's going to be a 5-lane highway eventually. So how are they planning on getting the kids across?
Another question for the applicant that we're going to be sure to ask.
Okay. All right.
Anything else?
I think that was all. Thank
Now, you
you.
live where now? How close do you live to this? Where approximately do you live?
You live right.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Good job.
That was a good jump. That's better than I can jump.
Commissioner, it might be a little late, but there is a pointer up there that you can use.
I just want to know how close you are. Thank you very much. Any other comments from the public that we need? Please come up forward then. Please state your name and address.
My name is Josh Ratto, 6406 South San Bruno Avenue in Boise, Idaho. I'm exactly behind the school. One of the two triangles directly behind it is exactly where all the windows on the school will be facing directly into. It would be my property and my neighbor. What we'd like to address is landscaping. In this landscaping, how much privacy is taken between us, the two neighbors that are on directly across from the school, and what they can see and what we can see. I mean, on this landscaping plan, we would like to find out if we're going to increase a different kind of fencing, is it just going to be shrubbery, or something that isolates us a lot more in a privacy standard, in the sense that, like a house, you'd have a few neighbors that are really close, but in this case, there's hundreds of them, and you have a whole row of windows you're sharing each other's space with. And I'd like to see if there's a way to improve that privacy standard, especially on those two properties, and also to establish how far the school's property lines go versus our property lines, so we know who takes care of what in a very defined amount of space.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Murphy.
Hey, how you doing, Josh? I missed your last name, otherwise.
Ratto.
Ratto?
Yeah.
Okay. What would you like to see for landscaping privacy back there? Are you looking at like trees or something, probably as tall as the building, so you don't have people looking in, or what do you think?
I'm kind of thinking that maybe perhaps their fence should be, that fence that's back there is tired out. The tops have bent down, the bars are falling out, it's coming out of the ground. Maybe an improved fencing situation that we work between, that makes more isolation between us. And it also helps their landscape because they can use the shrubbery they want and it still has the complete cover.
Is the fence common to both of your properties?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Just any other questions? It's just a storm fence, hurricane fence right now that's back there?
Yeah, it's just chain link fence
Chain link,
between
okay.
us.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. We'll have the applicant be able to address those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or anybody else that provide testimony? We'll go back to staff. And any further questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Haynes, what does the updated site plan put on that southern border for trees, plants, bushes, fences, that kind of thing? Is what we're looking at there pretty much a representation, or could it be tighter?
So for fencing, I believe the plans proposed it to remain chain link. The southern property line is one of the property lines that's going to be required to have increased amount of landscaping, but fencing is not a requirement against that specific property line, though it can be incorporated into the conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on that? Ms. James, approximately what's the setback and what is the rear setback on that? Approximately.
So the rear setback for the R2 district, I'd have to look at the code to remember, but I believe it's no more than 20 to 25 feet. I believe it's less than that, though.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Thank you. We'll have the applicant come back up, and whoever you'd like to take these questions. State your name and address again, please.
Sean Connor, 462 East Shore Drive, Eagle, Idaho, 83646, the landscape architect. To kind of start from the beginning to talk about the gates on the south side. There are currently two gates. One is actually going into the Border Control's private easement through there. That access is going to go away. The school district doesn't desire to send students down that trespassing the Border Control's access road, and that's on the southwest side. The southeast side, there is a neighborhood connection that goes through there and connects to the neighborhood right adjacent to the church, and then runs into the south subdivision to the south. That pedestrian access will be maintained. There is going to be a gate put on it, so that way the school district can control students and can control the site during school hours, but it will be managed by the school district. The other question that was brought up was the hawk signal or getting pedestrians across the north side of Lake Hazel Road. Lake Hazel is on the 5-year work plan for ACHD. It keeps getting pushed out a little bit further and further. There are 2 current crosswalks that are out there. One is on the far left side or the west side of the site. That is going to be maintained through this project. And then there is a hawk signal, which is the button which allows for lights to go on to slow down traffic and let students to be in a controlled access across the road. That access will be maintained for this project and is also in ACHD's 5-year work plan to be re-implemented as the road widening project. So pedestrian access to the north is going to be maintained throughout this project. The other question that was brought up, and I can kind of reference it here, the rear setback is 5 feet. And as I try to pull up the plan, and I think we're right around that 75 feet currently from where the building sits to the property line. The current plans are showing maintaining the chain link fence back there. It is on a common gravity irrigation ditch, open swell back there. And we were trying not to get into that as there's a bunch of other cottonwoods and stuff on the neighboring parcels that we weren't trying to get into. That is one of the buffers that will be updated with the landscape plans as part of this resubmittal to planning staff. It is increasing trees, 1 per every 35 linear feet, and it'll also have shrubs that's going to be lining that back pathway to help kind of buffer those neighbors to the south. That'll stand for any more questions.
Commissioner Rowley?
Regarding safety and people crossing Lake Hazel, do they still do crossing guards? Is that still a thing?
They do, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Morning and afternoon?
Correct.
Any other questions? I just want so on that back, there's not going to be a berm back there to raise everything up. It's just a straight, flat surface.
Yep, it is a straight, flat surface. There is an emergency fire access lane that wraps around that side of the road, but it is a controlled access with a gate, so there won't be any vehicles driving up and down there regularly.
And in that back area, that's going to be area that's going to be available for kids to go back and play in, and it's a playground essentially.
So the back play area is basically a corridor. Students aren't really supposed to be back there playing between the building and the south property lines. The students will be coming out there from the cafeteria at lunchtime and then moving to the playground where they'll be monitored on the east side of the site. So it is mainly a walkway. It's not a play area.
Okay, corridor. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Commissioner Murphy?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Connor, how tall do you anticipate the bushes on the south side there and the trees? What sort of height are we looking at once they start growing?
They range in size. I think the tallest is about 4.5 feet, and the smaller ones are small shrubs and grasses. So it's key for a lot of school districts not to have a lot of vertical plants in there for allowing for places where people could hide or be security risks. We want to keep shrubs low and kind of spread out so that way it's very easy for camera and for staff to see in between them and move about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Colson, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I was just looking at this aerial of it's actually the very first sheet, and it would be on the west side. There's this one parcel there that I'm trying to see how they get access to, and that kind of, it looks landlocked to me. I don't know if you can pull up the maybe we can see it. Yeah, we can see it right there. The one that's on Lake Hazel, and then the one behind that, there's a house there. How are they maintaining access? Is it on your guys' site? Is there an easement to the west? I just want to make sure that's taken care of. Yeah, right there where the cursor is, yep.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, great eye. Would you be able to pull up the circulation plan? That one. So as you can see right here, we have the red, which is indicating the fire access. And then right adjacent to the left of that, that is the border controls easement, and it is an easement for the gentleman or the lady that came up and spoke earlier on. They are a landlocked parcel. That access, the school district is working with them right now to get a cross-access agreement in place to get them to come in and into their private drive.
Okay. I just want to make sure they're being taken care of. That wasn't overlooked, so thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Back to Ms. Hayes. Any questions for staff? Thank you very much for your presentation. With that, we'll close the public testimony, and we'll look for a motion to approve, deny, or table this application.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Birch?
Based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and the testimony from this public hearing, the Commission approves project number 202-601193-CU-MSP, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A and the master site plan stamped on July 6, 2026.
We have a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Colson, second. Commissioner Birch, you'd like to speak to your motion?
I'm surprised that it took this long to replace that school. I will miss the unique architecture of that school as I've driven past it. It's a very interesting property. But with the growth in the valley, it really was surprising that you had a school that had a capacity of only 400 students there. So this does seem like one of those that is just a no-brainer. It had to be done.
Thank you. Commissioner Colson.
Yeah, that's kind of my neck of the woods. I think it's great, and great to finally get that replaced. And the big thing that I love is that you guys are integrating in the synthetic turf, which I think is a huge step forward for this state and this valley. Just the cost outweigh by far by doing it, and it just makes it so much useful for kids and everything else. So,
thank you very much. So we'll go ahead. All in favor of approval of this application, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Did I say aye? Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll proceed on to application 21601258-DA-DM-D, Dry Creek Ranch periodic evaluation. We'll turn the time over to Mr. Olton. You didn't go there to school, did you?
no, I didn't go to that school. I went to Maple Grove. They visited me, though. I was a kid, I'm sure, so.
Alrighty. Planning and Zoning Commission, for the record, I'm Doug Holtum, an Associate Planner for Ada County Development Services. Project number 201601-258-DA-DM is a periodic evaluation for the Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community, which is required by the approval of the planned community and its subsequent modification in 2016. This is the third periodic review. Dry Creek Ranch is a planned community comprised of 1,414 acres, and it is near the intersection of State Highway 55 and Brookside Lane. The project was originally approved in 2010 and then modified in 2016 to reduce the amount of housing units and commercial square footage proposed within the development. At full build-out, there will be 1,815 residential units and 80,000 square feet of commercial space. Shown here is the phasing and infrastructure schedule for Dry Creek Ranch. At the start of this review, there were approximately 720 residential lots, or approximately 1,800 residents. You can see how each phase is proposed with the timeline, infrastructure, and residential units. The three different neighborhoods in Dry Creek Ranch correspond to this map here. Improvements constructed that are fully operational include a wastewater treatment facility, a 2-acre neighborhood farm, a 4,000 square foot community center with a swimming pool, an equestrian facility, a 9,500 square foot community clubhouse, open space areas, and pathways. For the periodic evaluation, a survey was shared with the residents of the community seeking their feedback on how the development is going in regard to the goals of the development. Residents of Dry Creek Ranch were invited to participate via a survey shared via social media. We received a total of 94 responses. And 99% of those that responded to the survey were property owners and 1% rented property. 22% of the residents that responded have lived in Dry Creek Ranch for less than 2 years. 37% of residents have lived in Dry Creek Ranch for 2 to 5 years. And 41% of residents have lived in Dry Creek Ranch for 5 to 10 years. Here are the results from the survey, which are included in the staff report. The survey included a general statement of a goal that is included in the Planned Community Master Plan. Here is the overall goal for the Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community in terms of the vision for a farm-to-table community that honors Idaho heritage. 51% of those that responded agree that Dry Creek Ranch meets the overall goal. For Goal 1, the focus is on private property rights to ensure that private property rights are retained. 50% of those that responded agree that the community is on track in regards to private property rights. 36% of those responded disagree, and 14% were unsure. Goal 2 is a recognition that Ada County's population will continue to grow, and Dry Creek Ranch will positively influence that growth. The developer responded that Dry Creek Ranch provides a place for new residents within the county to live and recreate without increasing the burden on sewer and water infrastructure because Dry Creek Ranch provides its own sewer and water facilities. For Goal 3, the focus is on providing primary public education opportunities within the Dry Creek Ranch community. A slim majority of 38% of those that responded agree that public education opportunities are provided, while 36% disagree and 24% are unsure. In 2022, the Board of Ada County Commissioners approved a plan to allow a school site to be donated to either West Ada School District or another educational entity. To date, no plans have been finalized. Goal 4 is a focus on economic development as an opportunity for Dry Creek Ranch to be a place where people have the opportunity to live, work, learn, and play. 62% of respondents agree that this goal is being met. Goal 5 seeks to ensure a variety and balance of land uses. 41% of respondents agreed that this goal is being met, while 32% think improvements could be made and 26% were unsure. Goal 6 seeks to ensure that the natural environment is being maintained as much as possible, and 54% of respondents agreed that that goal is being accomplished. For Goal 7, the focus is on protecting Dry Creek Ranch residents from any potential wildfire risks. Nearly 42% of those that responded agreed, while 35% were unsure that this goal is being met. For Goal 8, constructing and expanding and maintaining Dry Creek Ranch's infrastructure like roads, utilities, and other services have been built, expanded, and maintained in a timely and organized manner is the focus. 55% agree that this goal is being met by the developer. Goal 9 seeks to facilitate the movement of people and products to and from Dry Creek Ranch, and that the developer has taken measures to reduce traffic. A majority of residents, nearly 41%, responded that this goal needs improvement. Goal 10 seeks to enhance quality of life for residents through parks, pathways, trails, gardens, and opportunities for recreation. 53% of residents that responded to the survey agree that Dry Creek Ranch is meeting this goal. Goal 11 is a focus to provide a variety of housing types. A majority, 41% of residents, responded that this goal is being met through the 5 residential densities of the equestrian density, low density, medium density, hillside density, and mixed use. Goal 12 focuses on promoting and encouraging that the design of Dry Creek Ranch through street design and landscaping creates a sense of arrival and place. A strong majority of residents, at 60%, agreed that this goal is being met by the developer. In terms of agency and user groups responses, various public agencies and user groups were invited to participate or provide feedback. At the time of the staff report that was created, one agency, the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality, mentioned that they have no comments. Lastly, one short answer question was asked, what residents like about living in Dry Creek Ranch and what improvements they think could be made. In summary, residents of Dry Creek Ranch responded that they like the natural scenery, the amenities, the community, and the location. The improvements that residents would like to see are better trail access, more open spaces, and better transportation like stop signs, crosswalks, and better traffic flow. In conclusion, here's the motion before you. If the Planning and Zoning Commission finds that Dry Creek Ranch has been developed in substantial accordance with the development plan, then work can continue. If the Planning and Zoning Commission does not believe that that is the case, then a motion can be made to find that the Dry Creek Ranch planned community has not developed in substantial accordance with the development plan and/or has caused undue adverse impacts on affected agencies or districts. If you determine that Dry Creek Ranch is not being developed in substantial accordance with the development plan, then Ada County would begin initiating public hearings to resolve any issues, add any applicable conditions, or require additional studies to get the development back on track. This presentation will be added to an exhibit to the record, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holton. Any questions, staff?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Murphy?
Mr. Holton, who conducted the survey again? I must have missed that.
So
I'm just
our
curious.
communications, I forget her title, Brianna, she created and performed the outreach on social media. She's with Development Services.
Thank you.
Mr. Holton, I just had one question. So there were 93, 94 responses to that out of 670 residents. Was that, I guess we went through this 2 years ago. Was that pretty much similar as far as percent of the app
It's in the
responses?
ballpark as the last periodic review as far as responses go.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? We'll call the applicant up. Do we have an applicant that?
It is Boise Hunter.
Boise Hunter Homes?
But I guess they are not here.
They're putting stop signs up.
Okay, with that, I didn't have any responses from the public on this one. There's nobody online.
No, there is not.
Okay. So to proceed, I guess we can, what do we do? We have any questions that we'd have for a developer? I just had one, but I was going to ask if there were any surprises in the survey. I guess put that on the record, but it seems like the same percent, pretty close to the same percentage on almost every issue. Either said it needed improvement or was for it. So roughly the same percents, except without a couple of exceptions.
Yeah, the only item that the residents feel that needs addressed is traffic and crosswalks and
Yeah,
stuff.
and you have a growing development, so you're going to have more traffic, so it's trying to control that. Okay, well, with that, yeah, Commissioner Birch?
Yeah, Mr. Holton, with the developer not being present, didn't the developer respond kind of point by point to each of these issues in the materials that we've got? They looked at the responses and they said, here's what we're doing, or here's what we're working on.
The developer created the responses before the survey went out, so.
Oh, before the
Yes,
survey went out?
yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close the testimony then. I'm looking for an order on this one, how approval or denial, usually we have something that tells us, gives us some verbiage to go on here. Okay. Would you like to make a?
I can.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Murphy.
Based upon the Dry Creek Ranch resident survey and analysis of compliance with Dry Creek Ranch Development Plan, I recommend that Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval for project number 2016-01258-DA-DM-D 2026 Dry Creek Ranch Periodic Review.
There was no public comment. Nobody online, nobody in the pub out here. We have a motion for, I'm sorry?
No, the comment was the survey.
Okay. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Rowley, second. All in favor of approval of this application, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Holton. Before we move on, let's take about a 10-minute break. Roughly make a between 5 and 10-minute break. Just everybody can stretch their legs a little bit, and we'll move on to the next item.
They had it on somewhere deep in the back.
No, you would have.
Are you kidding? Like 4 years, 5 years later. Stupid.
Could everyone please take your seat? I know, so a whistle.
Go ahead and hit him hard.
Please take your seat.
Gavel.
I left the gavel at home. Our next item of business is application 2026-00-273-ZC-S-PUD-MSP-PR-HD-ALT and 2024-00171-DA-DM. Darren Taylor. We'll turn the time over to Mr. Danielson for his presentation.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to disclose that I live next to the proposed development. I don't know the applicant, nor do I have any pecuniary interest in the outcome. Just wanted to put that there.
Thank you for that. Mr. Danielson.
Dear Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for the record, Brent Danielson with A County Development Services. Project number 2026 00273 ZC-S-PUD-MSP-PR-HD-ALT is a zoning ordinance map amendment to rezone approximately 568.312 acres from the rural residential district to the rural urban transition district, and a preliminary plat of 175 lots consisting of 117 residential lots, 11 vineyard lots, and 47 common lots for the Bella Rosa subdivision. The applicant has also applied for a planning unit development, master site plan, private road, hillside development, and alternative compliance. There's also a development agreement modification. The property is generally located in the Eagle Foothills, east of Willow Creek Road and north of Beacon Light Road. The property is located off Willow Creek Road and contains approximately 588.6 acres. On August 27, 2024, the Board of A County Commissioners approved project number 2024-00171 CPA-ZC-DA-V-S-PR-HD for a 50-lot subdivision consisting of 47 buildable lots and 3 common lots on 568.6 acres. The applicant stated in his detailed letter that circumstances have changed significantly during the last 2 years as the developer has added approximately 20 acres of adjacent land to the project. Eagle's area of city impact was expanded to include the subject property, and Viola and/or Eagle Water would like for their water systems to be extended to serve the subject property. The developer is paying to design and construct the extended water system and then turn it over to the water service provider. The estimated cost to extend the public water system is at least $10 million, which the developer is self-funding. Therefore, they have applied to rezone the property to the RUT district, which has a density of 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. Compared to the old preliminary plat, the proposed preliminary plat is setting aside more open space. It should be noted that the A County Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on October 23, 2025, and voted to recommend approval to expand Eagle's area of city impact to the Board of A County Commissioners. The Board of A County Commissioners held a public hearing on December 10, 2025, and voted to expand Eagle's impact area. And the map here kind of shows the area that is encompassed by Eagle's area of impact. The future land use map in the Eagle Comprehensive Plan, as adopted by A County, designates the site as Foothills Residential, which encourages development patterns that integrate residential uses within the natural landscape. This land use designation anticipates densities of approximately 1 unit per 2 acres on unconstrained lands. The proposal to cluster residential development is compatible with the adopted comprehensive plan. Portions of the property are zoned rural residential and rural urban transition. The applicant has applied to rezone a 568.312 acres from the rural residential district to the rural urban transition district. The rezone is in accordance with the Eagle Comprehensive Plan as adopted by A County, as the density allowed in the RUT district exceeds the density allowed under the Foothills residential designation in the adopted comprehensive plan. In addition, the rezone to the RUT district will allow for rural residential uses and agricultural activities to continue on the property. The subdivision consists of 175 lots with 117 residential lots, 11 vineyard lots, and 47 common lots. Lot sizes within the proposed development range from 1.03 acres to over 30 acres. The proposed density of the development is one dwelling unit per 5.02 acres. The applicant has applied for planned unit development to seek approval for smaller lots that are clustered together on the site while creating greater areas of open space within the development and still complying with the allowed density of one dwelling unit per 5 acres in the rural urban transition district. The PUD allows for the developer to design the project based on the topography to minimize disturbance of hillsides and to allow for the preservation of open space and a variety of lot sizes within the subdivision. The PUD allows for the developer to incorporate a vineyard within the project as well as livestock ranching, as they are two large ranch lots near the main entrance of the subdivision, which helps to provide visual openness as you enter the subdivision. The brownish lots shown on the map are the ranch lots and an equestrian amenity lot. The green are the vineyard lots, and the light yellow lots are the open space lots. With the PUD, the applicant is requesting a deviation in dimensional standards from the RUT district. These deviations include a 1 acre minimum lot size, 30% maximum lot coverage for those lots that are 1.5 acres or less in size, and a minimum street frontage of 50 feet. The lots within the subdivision will be served by a street network consisting of both public and private roads. On the screen, the public roads are depicted as red. There are 2 points of access into the subdivision. Bella Rosa Drive originates from Willow Creek Road, which connects into North Rosavina Way in Palermo subdivision, which is to the southeast. In addition, there's another public street, North Forza Way, that will stub to an adjacent property north of the site. The applicant has proposed for the private roads to be gated. In their detailed letter, they state that the gates are needed due to exceptional circumstances necessary to improve safety or halt environmental degradation in the area. It should be noted that an important trail corridor goes through the subdivision, Old Pearl Road. Staff is supportive of the gates, however, the applicant will need to show that the equestrian and pedestrian trails and/or pathways are not obstructed by the private road gates. The applicant has made a request for alternative compliance for private road standards to allow for private roads to originate from another private road and for private roads to intersect each other. The purpose of alternative compliance is to provide for alternative means in which to meet certain development regulations when explicit compliance is not feasible, or the alternative means is superior to what is required. Strict adherence to the requirements is not feasible due to topography of the site in the A County Highway District is minimizing the number of dedicated public roads, and they, if for an ACHD, for public roads, they want the public roads to connect. They don't want to have public roads that are cul-de-sacs. The applicant, the property is located in the Wildland Urban Interface Overlay District. The applicant has submitted a fire protection plan that was prepared by Jerry McAdams, who is a certified wildfire mitigation specialist. The fire protection plan is a requirement for new subdivisions and planned unit developments in the Wildland Urban Interface Overlay District. The fire protection plan has been tailored to the subdivision. As conditioned, the applicant and owner will be required to comply with provisions in the fire protection plan, and these would be incorporated into the CCNRs. The property is also located in the Hillside Overlay District. The A County engineers stated that the site is physically suitable for the design and signing of the proposed development. Several members of the public have provided comments on this application. Many individuals do not want the area to change. They want it to remain as is. They also expressed concerns regarding how the development will affect groundwater in the area and as well as traffic. It should be noted that the homes within the proposed subdivision will be required to be on a centralized water system, which should have minimal impact on neighbors' wells. One of the neighbors does not want the street connection to the southeast into the Palermo subdivision. The street connection is necessary to provide secondary emergency access for the proposed subdivision. In addition, the property is in Eagles area of impact, which means that the property has been slated for future development at a density of 1 dwelling unit per 2 acres on unconstrained land. Therefore, this area has been identified for change and is anticipated to have residential growth. The proposed subdivision complies with the future land use as the density will be 1 dwelling unit per 5.02 acres. The proposed density of the project of 1 dwelling unit per 5.02 acres is still rural in nature and is compatible with the density of existing neighborhoods in the area as shown to the west and south of the site. Several agencies have provided comments on this application. Key agency comments include the following. The Iowa Department of Fish and Game provide several comments. The development should be clustered as close to other existing developments to allow for a maximum natural open space and habitat for wildlife. Residents should control pets, including cats at all times. Avoiding or minimizing the potential for wildlife depredation in a subdivision is the responsibility of the individual property owner, and all fencing within and around the subdivision should be wildlife friendly. The Eagle Fire District requires for the wildlife mitigation plan to be a part of the CCNRs and enforced by the HOA. The minimum fire flow and flow duration shall be specified in Appendix B of the 2018 International Fire Code, and the drivable surface of the private road shall be at least 32 feet wide. The Ada County Highway District replied that the development is estimated to generate 1,064 vehicle trips per day with 109 vehicle trips per hour in the PM peak hour based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, 12th edition. Also, the area roadways meet ACHD's level of service planning thresholds. They also provide specific conditions of approval for the development. The Ada County Parks and Waterways Department responded that the proposed 10-foot wide gravel pathways along North Forza Way, North Rosavina Way, and East Bella Rosa Drive are in approximate alignment with the existing Old Pearl Road trails and will provide for continued recreation and connectivity in the area. They support a condition of approval that secures the construction of these HOA-owned and maintained public pathways. They support a condition of approval for the Knipe and Blue Sky Trail connection east of the proposed subdivision. Comments from the agencies have been incorporated as conditions of approval. The applicants also requested some changes to a few of the conditions of approval. Staff's preference is for most of the conditions of approval to remain as is. However, staff is supportive of rewording condition number 13 to say the applicant and/or owner shall not obstruct equestrian, herding, or pedestrian trails and/or pathways with gates. Trail crossings shall remain open to lawful public use from sunrise to sunset without requiring keys, codes, resident permission, or HOA authorization. Staff finds that this project complies with the Eagle Comprehensive Plans adopted by Ada County and the Ada County zoning ordinance, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Danielson. Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Birch.
Mr. Danielson, I want to understand how what is being proposed now differs from what was approved previously, because many of the comments by the public talk about, they don't use the term bait and switch, but basically that's the upshot. It was 50, now it's double that. So was there a minimum requirement of per acre for each home in the original? Did you have to have 5 acres per home, or could you aggregate them the way that they're doing today?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Birch, for this application, the applicant has submitted a application for what's called a planning and development. So planning and development allows for a deviation from dimensional standards and also from even uses as well. And so the purpose of a planning and development is really to be more innovative in terms of how you design a product. So it allows for a little bit more imagination and innovation. So with the proposed subdivision, they're using the planning and development to essentially get more open space. So this allows for more open space in the development itself. And it also allows for kind of better placement of the individual home sites and lots within the development. So this is kind of the, I guess, proposed preliminary plan, what they're proposing today. And I can go to the slide with the, with the first initial plat. So this was the initial plat. So with initial plat, basically they did not apply for a plan unit development. And basically the smallest lots were, for the buildable lots were basically 10 acres to a little bit above 10 acres. And so this is kind of what the original preliminary plat looks like. And so that's kind of the difference between the two plats. And then as I mentioned before, things have changed in the area. This body, the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as the Board of County Commission, recommended and then eventually approved to expand Eagles area of impact. And with the expansion of the Eagles area of impact, that essentially means that we expect development to occur in an area of impact. And so that did change kind of some of the dynamics of what's to be expected in the area itself. And then because we're in an area of impact now, that allows for the applicant to rezone the property to the rural urban transition district, which allows for that density of one dwelling unit per 5 acres. Whereas before, when this, 2 years ago when this project was initially approved, they were outside the area of impact. And at that time, the smallest most dense zoning district that they could get was the rural residential district, which was one dwelling unit per 10 acres.
So if I can follow up on that. So it is a radical change. I mean, Triple Ridge is luxury homes on approximately 5 acres each. And so what those people thought was going to happen was they thought that there were going to be homes built on 10-acre parcels. And so that's a lot different than aggregating them and saying we're going to have a lot more open space. I mean, that's kind of what Hillsdale did across from Highway 16. They aggregated instead of having them on large acreages, which would have been consistent with what is already abutting it. They're now doing exactly what you described. They're changing it to a different model, a whole different format from what the people in the neighborhood expected was going to happen. So it is a radical difference, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's radical. I mean, it's difference because we expanded the area of impact. So the area of impact would have indicated since 2 years ago that we expect more development to occur in this area. If we didn't expect more development to occur in this area, then the county should not have expanded the area of impact.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How you doing, Mr. Johnson? Just a couple questions. Have we formally reached out to Eagle City for comment on this?
Yes, this application was transmitted to the City of Eagle, and even Ms. Inselman has actually also called Eagle City as well, seeing if they had any comments, and they have not provided any comments at this time.
Is this parcel contiguous to the City of Eagle?
It is not, no.
The clustering that we're talking about here. I see the southeast isn't really clustering except for a tiny little sliver in between certain properties, which I guess you could call that a cluster, but it's a little bit different than what the Eagle comp plan kind of shows as a cluster. There is a little more clustering on the north side where the vineyard is, and then maybe a little bit on the on the west. But the clustering usually has larger swaths of land in between the private roads that have houses kind of abutting the private road, whether it be a cul-de-sac or what have you. Is that, in your mind, a proper cluster of homes?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, so a lot of the clustering is really going to be based on topography. So there's no standard of you have to have a certain space between a common lot. So basically with the clustering, it's really going to be, in each development that has clustering is going to be unique. So each one's going to have a unique clustering to kind of, that will fit based upon the topography of the site. So this development is really kind of clustered more on the topography, and the applicant could probably, I would say, probably would be better to answer that question of how they designed this project and why they chose this design versus, another design. And so I think the applicant would be best equipped to kind of answer that question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, can I have a couple more?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Murphy.
Septic, I saw something in staff report about, are we doing individual septics for these?
Yes.
And what did Central District Health have to say about that? Are they approved or?
Let me just check my report really quick and take a look at that really quick here. Basically, the Central District Health Department stated that before they can comment concerning individual sewage disposal, they'll require more data concerning the depth of high seasonal groundwater and the percent of slope on each lot. After written approvals are submitted, then can approve this proposal for central water, and the central water plan will be submitted and approved by the Iowa Department of Environmental Quality. So like any other application, a lot of times the Central District Health Department is going to require the applicant to submit a land development application, and then they'll need to do test holes, and they'll need to do the engineering work. And so the applicant will, the engineer will do test holes for where the individual septic systems would be located, and then they would do a full engineering report. And so this would usually, so with a subdivision application, typically with a preliminary plat, it usually from start to finish, usually takes about 2 years from between preliminary plat, entitlement to when you actually do the final plat and get that done. And so usually between the time of preliminary plat and final plat, that would be the time that the applicant's engineer would do the engineering reports, and that would then be sent to the Central District Health Department for them to review and eventually approve of the individual septic systems for each of the lots.
Okay, thank you. And then just because the approved Eagle Comp Plan is what we're looking at here, that says the overall density of the foothill should remain rural, 1 unit at 40 acres and 1 unit per 10 acres as currently allowed Ada County until annexed into the city of Eagle, at which time they would want to develop. They continue on to say that all land isn't equal and different portions of this area has different kind of constraints. And I think they go on to say that the unconstrained portions of the foothills should remain rural, 1 unit per 2 acres, which I think they're doing up in Valnova because it's kind of a different topography up there. This is a little more of a tumultuous kind of area. So it's fairly constrained. Obviously, if they're clustering based upon geological kind of situations, that seems to be the case. So for the plan, I guess the question is, the planned unit development provides discretionary review process, as you said, and the zoning and the site standards where the application demonstrates that the proposed development standards are equivalent or superior to the base district. Do you feel like that's the case here?
Yes.
How so?
Well, essentially, I mean, the comp plan is envisioning this area to have, 1 dwelling unit per 2 acres. And so the applicant is utilizing kind of the topography of the site. So it makes more sense to have, lots clustered together to protect hillsides rather than cutting up the hillsides, spin roads and driveways and having 5-acre lots. And so that's kind of my take, is it's better to have a little bit more of the clustering rather than having just, the big lots that, don't really provide for open space. So this would be, in terms of open space, I mean, we have, some proposed trails here, and there's conditions to have trails, and that would actually be a public benefit because there are a lot of equestrian users to the south of this property and even in the area, and this will allow for them to maintain the access on Old Pearl Road. So people do have the ability to, hike and ride their horses in the area. And so I think that would be somewhat of a benefit to the public. And then I believe that, it matches what is envisioned for the area, is to have more of this kind of larger lot, rural type environment, which these lots do represent.
Okay, and then just looking at Eagle again, and they say that they will give density bonuses, providing the open space is greater than 20% of the site area. I think 8 is at 10%, so that would mean, if we're looking at Eagle's plan, that we'd have to have more open space, I guess, up to 20%. Do you concur with that, or?
I would have to review that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Yes, no? Just a couple quick ones here. On the gates on the streets, were those going to be locked, or they're going to be controlled access?
Mr. Chairman, they would be gated. So obviously the fire department would need to have either the Opticon or the Knox box so that if there was an emergency, that the gates could be opened. And then we do have conditions of approval because we want to make sure that there is trail connectivity and that trails are open for the public. And the gates on the private road would not be we'd need to make sure that the trails are open, so the trails would not be gated, but it would be gated for vehicular access.
Is there a map or anything that shows those trails and where they, or can you show approximately where they cross the parcel?
I think we do have a trails exhibit, so let me bring that up really quick here.
It's in the report.
So this is the trails exhibit that is in the staff report.
So there would be no need to provide some kind of parking, maybe just outside the project or somewhere where people could park and access the trail and then.
Mr. Chairman, it's anticipated that in terms of, so this particular property is almost basically kind of in the middle of the trail system itself. So the old Pearl Road obviously continues north and it obviously continues south down through Palermo subdivision and then eventually to Little Lane and into Brookside and then Highway 55. So it would make more sense if we were to do more trail parking, that the trail parking would be kind of more, not necessarily on this side, but kind of at the either end of the potential site. So it would make more sense to have trail parking, let's say on Brookside, if we were, and then maybe to the northwest of here, there'd be maybe a better location for trail parking rather than having trail parking on this actual property itself.
Okay, thank you. One last question. So is there the potential for wells to be drilled here especially for the vineyard and the ranch lots?
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be a better question for the applicant to answer. So I think the applicant can probably provide a little bit more information about the water for the vineyard.
Okay, I'll save it for him. Any other questions for Mr. Danielson? Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll call the applicant forward. Darren Taylor, I imagine. Please give us your name and address, and you'll have 15 minutes.
Three of us presenting. Derek Kerner, design engineer with David Evans and Associates, 9175 West Black Eagle Drive, Boise.
Stephen Barbie, 360 East 8th Street, Eagle, Idaho, 83616.
Kyle Lynch, associate with DTJ Design, 1155 Canyon Boulevard, Boulder, Colorado.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thanks for having us. My office prepared the preliminary plat and the applications, and I can answer questions about those. I've already introduced the team. Subject property is 588 acres, about 52 acres shy of a full square mile. That means at build out there would be one house for each 5 acres of land. And fun fact, if you look at the 3D surface of our 588 acres, there's 19 additional acres just due to the rolling terrain. So when you get out, when you actually are out on site, you can get lost. It's a pretty big piece and it feels larger than it is. And when we're all built out, it'll feel less dense than it is on paper because of that terrain, rolling terrain, additional area. I prepared the preliminary plat, which is Exhibit 93, with input from agencies and county departments. ACHD told us that they wanted the roads to be private except for the through roads that provide connectivity, and we've done that. It was odd to see the private roads at 32 feet wide. Public roads that run through are 24 feet wide, and those street sections are in the lower left corner of that preliminary plat. County standard is 24 feet, but we followed input from the county engineer and the fire chief who wanted 32-foot private roads, so we've done that. We reviewed the draft conditions of approval and concur with them, and we've, as already stated by Brent, we had that Exhibit 121 where we had some clarifications to the, and they accommodated the clarification to number 13, and so that is perfectly fine with us. I'm going to go ahead and answer some of the questions that you had because I took notes.
If you like, if you'd like, you can hold up. It's up to you. It's up to you how you
Let's
want to
do
handle your
that. I
time,
got-
but you can come back later. We're going to call you back up later on for rebuttal if you'd like. Or we'll have questions for you. So.
Yeah.
All right. Kyle Lynch, associate with DTJ Design, 1155 Canyon Boulevard, Boulder, Colorado. Our design firm provides architecture, landscape architecture, and planning services, and our role in this project is community design consultants. I'd like to take this opportunity to address three aspects of this community that may not be as present on the overall size of this 1 square mile site, as well as touch on a few of the design decisions that went into this. Could I request that Exhibit 109 be put on the screen?
Sure.
Three important aspects of this are how the design is responding to the existing character of the land, the integration of agricultural use, open space, and residential spaces together, and the resulting variety of experiences that it provides. The planning process begins with land analysis and on-site evaluations. We've had multiple trips on site to get a good understanding of the character of the land, the look and feel, what the terrain is doing, understanding how it is perceived both from inside and outside of the site, and acknowledging and appreciating the open land and agricultural character of the area. The integration of spaces, integrating the agricultural elements of a vineyard as the heart and soul of the community, as well as using open space to strategically connect the residential units in a way that responds to the land, and letting the homes live into the land in a way that feels comfortable and responsible to the environment. Because of the character of the land, of how it looks and feels today, we want to make sure that that look and feel is still present once it's being used as a vineyard and open space and residential use. The 72-acre vineyard sits at the heart and soul of the community, and the 75 acres of open space common area are used to create green space networks through the site, including the 10-acre equestrian amenity area. The third thing I want to relay is how this resulting combination provides a variety of experiences. The entry road from South Willow Creek experiences a over half a mile drive through ranch lots before seeing strong elements of residential development. Additionally, homes are placed into the hillside in a way that responds to the land to provide combination of private or social or open land character of spaces. Could I request that Exhibit 110 be placed on the screen? To make sure we have an understanding of what we're really proposing here, we've provided lot condition studies. These lot condition studies are theoretical, conceptual design assignments of understanding how a home will actually live on the site, not just the construction, but the access, the outdoor living, and the relationship to the land and to each other and the larger region. This 5-page exhibit demonstrates 5 different conditions that we're anticipating and responding to with our planning efforts. Downhill condition lots make sure that we are providing feasible ways for the home to sit on the land and experience appropriate access and outdoor activity. On page 2, we're identifying ways that uphill lot conditions can reasonably provide access, how architecture can work with the terrain while still being respectful to the land conditions above it. On page 3, we're paying attention to scenarios where multiple home sites live on the same landform, being responsible, providing reasonable design strategies respecting the highest pieces of the land and understanding a relationship to each other, both on and off the site. On Exhibit 4, we want to make sure that we understand what we're really proposing with these smaller lots, 1 acre, that are grouped closer into the heart and soul of the community, closer to the amenities, pulling the density and activity to the core of the site, away from the edges. Additionally, Exhibit 5 demonstrates how we anticipate people to live on flatter pieces of land with an opportunity to enjoy the broader open land character. We feel the proposed community provides successful installation of vineyard, equestrian areas, open space, and residential uses with a lifestyle that's appropriate for the region.
Commissioners, good evening. Steve Barbie again. I'm a co-developer of the property. I'm also an Ada County resident and an Eagle resident. My partners and I have and continue to take careful and deliberate steps to create what we believe will be a beautiful and thoughtfully designed low-density neighborhood that complements the surrounding area and the surrounding neighborhoods. We have designed the Bella Rosa neighborhood to offer common area open spaces, equestrian amenities, agricultural elements, the vineyard, and we've integrated and provided trail access through Bella Rosa from and through Bella Rosa's west border, south border, and north border, and we've coordinated with Ada County Parks and Rec to also provide access to the east once Parks and Rec has identified where the future trail connection will be located in that area. We have worked to create balance and beauty in this Foothills project. Our original entitlements were just 10-acre lots, consuming all of the land, and there was no creativity or open space. It was just, it was subject to the 10-acre limitations, and with the comprehensive plan being adopted and the opportunity that a PUD brings, we're able to much more thoughtfully develop this area. We've worked hard to maintain vistas and minimize hillside disturbance, which Kyle has spoken to, and our low-density approach of 1 unit per 5 acres enables that. We've included public roads that the Highway District wants to connect to other public roads to our west and to our south, and we included a stub road that ACHD requested to the northwest. And we've worked with Eagle Fire Department to establish accesses which will greatly improve the fire department's ability to access this region to fight fires, and our extension of municipal water to this area will further enhance firefighter capabilities. Along our south boundary, there is a 10-acre conservation easement where buildings are prohibited, and we have honored that in our design. We've had discussion with neighbors, and some understandably will not ever be completely satisfied with any development here. For example, Mitch Donner hired an attorney, and the second paragraph of the attorney's letter, which is Exhibit 120, states that a development of this size and intensity will affect traffic and access. However, we have worked carefully with ACHD, and ACHD has determined that the existing road capacity is more than sufficient. The low density of an average of 1 home per 5 acres does not have the same impact as a high-density residential development. The attorney letter also states that the development will affect drainage and hillside stability. Like other new subdivisions, new drainage generated by the development is to remain on site, and our engineering design follows the county's hillside ordinance, and design compliance has been confirmed by the county engineer. The letter states that the development will affect fire protection. In actuality, we are improving fire response effectiveness by extending the public pressurized water system to this area. The attorney letter states that the development will affect emergency response. We have worked with the county and Eagle Fire to establish accesses that will improve the fire department's ability to access this region and fight fires, as well as provide improved access to other first responders.
Mr. Harvey, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There will be a time if you want to rebut the comments that are made. It's your time. It's your 15 minutes. You have just a couple of minutes left. If you want to spend time going over that right now, that's up to you. But you will have an opportunity to rebut the different comments that are going to be made from the public. It's up to you how you want to spend your time, though.
Thank you. I'm just about finished up here.
Okay.
The letter states that the development will negatively affect the surrounding trail system. And in fact, and this is really important, I believe, in fact, we are expanding trail access here. Today, trail access here is offered solely by permission. With Bella Rosa, that access improves to a permanent public forum that will provide and ensure ongoing integrated trail access connecting through the neighborhood to our west border and our south border and our north border. And we've also coordinated with Ada County Parks and Rec to provide that additional access to the east once Parks and Rec figures out exactly where that's going to be located. A very thorough job has been done by the county staff. The staff report's more than 1,000 pages long, and we've been working on this with staff and with ACHD and with Parks and Rec for a long time. And we've been, all parties have been very thorough, and I'm thankful for everyone's participation and involvement. The staff has recommended approval. We support that approval, of course, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicants? Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess who wants to step up? Mr. Barbie or Mr. Taylor or Lynch? I have that right?
Yes. Kerner.
Kerner, I'm sorry. Kerner. I guess I'll just ask a question and then one of you, whoever you feel is deemed more appropriate, can step up. So the circumstances changed. So you had 20 acres that you added, and then Eagle's area of city of impact was expanded, and now includes the subject property. And the water, I think the water was already kind of, I don't want to say set in stone, but thought about pretty deeply on the last pass, was it not, as far as extending the water from Eagle?
Commissioner, yes, we had always planned on having municipal water here. And what we had done at the time of the original entitlements was obtain a general interest from the water provider to provide the system. What had not been done yet was the analysis of what type of system they would require and what the cost of that system would be. Right. So when we engaged with Veolia and City of Eagle Water, they are looking to build a water system here that isn't merely designed to service the Bella Rosa community. They want to create a system that provides expanding access throughout the foothills area, including certain looped elements. These factors brought to bear a much more significant cost than was originally contemplated.
Okay, and then, real quick, I don't mean to step on you, but just want to get a couple questions out, and then thank you for that thorough answer. Where is the line, the water line coming from? Is that going to come from the ranch area, or is that going to come, where is that line?
Yes, Commissioner, the line is located in two locations. We're looking at Highway 55 and Beacon Light, and then we're also looking at in Eagle Road. So there's options both ways, or, both ways, one way, and it has to do with which ultimate water purveyor that we choose.
Is it up Eagle Road? How close to your property is the stub, do you think, roughly?
Rocking A Ranches did bring it closer, so it's half a mile.
Okay, cool, thank you. And then your equestrian center, what does that look like?
10 acres?
Yeah, it's a 10-acre, we're looking for dressage. So you have the, on one side, you have the beautiful romantic hillside vineyards, and on the other side, you have the dressage, which is the equestrian jumping. And we think that's a great complement for this part of Eagle.
And who is that for? Is that open to the public?
That is for residences, and they're invited guests. And so we expect and anticipate that while this process is adversarial in the interim, perhaps, we are hopeful and confident that once Bella Rosa is built and people see the beauty of what we've created, that there'll be a lot more collaboration and friendliness amongst neighbors.
And then, Mr. Chair, if I may have just one more real quick.
One more.
The vineyard, what does the vineyard look like? What's happening there? Growing grapes, I gather. Is that going to be a public space? Is that open to the public, or?
The public will certainly have views of it. We're planning on growing grapes and having those grapes harvested and turning them into wine. And so having the public walking through the vineyards unfettered isn't on the plan. But we do have that eastern trail access that we're working on Parks and Rec with. That trail does meander through the vineyard.
And then, is there a tasting room or something like that there for people, or is it just does the Bella Rosa own that, or is that a separate entity owns that?
At this time, that doesn't exist. There would be a community center, but we don't have that on the radar at this time.
So it's just a separate entity owns vineyards, and they'll harvest grapes from there.
The homeowners association will own the vineyards. It's possible that in the future, the HOA will be planting and maintaining those vineyards. It's possible in the future that something else might happen, but that's not something that we're contemplating at this moment.
Because I thought I saw somewhere where they wouldn't own it, that it was private, but you're saying it's owned by the HOA?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Birch?
Yes. Who owns the property today?
I purchased the property from the Governor Little's family about 5 or 6 years ago. And then about 2 years ago, I took on a partner. And so the partnership group and I own the property today.
So between the two of you, the partnership group, you own the entire 588 acres, is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
I have one clarification on the water topic and the previous entitlements. It's really important to note that the previous entitlements combined with the water infrastructure that the water providers are requiring renders those original entitlements unfeasible. So this isn't, a language was used earlier about a bait and switch. That's most certainly not the case. We engaged diligently on the original entitlements, worked with the water providers, and only upon finding that the systems that they wanted were so complex did we, and honestly, I believe it's a blessing in disguise because it has taken a project that was consuming all the land and enabled us to evolve it into something much more beautiful and creative with open spaces and trails and vineyards and equestrian amenities, all of which were absent in the original entitlements.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions then. So with the vineyard though, you'll need have to drill wells in order to get water for that, for the vineyards. That's not going to come through Viola or whoever you're going to use.
The vineyards are creating a lot of value for us in their beauty and the romantic nature that they'll bring to the development. We will either be because vineyards use a drip system, they're not as high of a water use as of other crops, right? So we'll be, if we need to, we will use municipal water to water those grapes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I did take notes about the questions you asked staff, and I can answer those right now, right up front, if you'd like.
Why don't you'll have a chance to rebut after public comment. That would probably be a better place for it, because you're going to get some more questions that come up. So keep taking notes, and we can address all of those at one time. Was there, but I guess is appropriate, so there were questions to staff that
Yeah, you were asking Brent things like septics. I can answer the question. I'm the design engineer on
go ahead.
septics and stuff.
Yeah.
So this will be pretty quick. We've got plenty of room for septics. The smallest lots we have are 1 acre, especially when you don't have a well site. That's the number one most constraining thing when you are trying to put a septic on a site is the 100-foot offset to a well. So because we have municipal water, there's plenty of room. So even if it's the worst case soil conditions for a septic design, we've got it pretty well handled there. And there's no high groundwater, so there's not a concern with the health department that, like in Emmett, high groundwater is probably the worst thing to happen for a septic design, not necessarily soil conditions. So septics won't be a problem here. The constrained calculation would actually enable us to do 170 homes. So the 1 home per every 5 acres is a more restrictive is the word I'm looking for, more restrictive than if you took the city of Eagle comp plan and you calced it up that way, how many constrained areas we have, remove them, and you can do one unit per 2. Did I get that right? 1 unit, yeah.
Could you repeat the number?
170, and we have 117 in this application. So it is more restrictive than the other calculation. That's what I got.
Okay. Okay, well, be able, go ahead, Commissioner Birch.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do want to drill down in that a little bit. So under the original proposal, not the current proposal, but the original one, you would have had 50 homes, 10 acres each, occupying 500 acres, correct? And then you have the streets and the other stuff that you have to do in between. And so you've got 50 households, correct? And so I'm just trying to wrap my head around how this development is less dense than having 50 homes that might have 2 to 4 people living in each one of those homes.
Commissioner, it is not less dense than that. It is more dense than that, but it is less dense than the alternative. So what we've done is we've tried to find balance in our development decisions. When I bought the land, I met with the City of Eagle, and we're not contiguous to the City of Eagle, but we're only a parcel away. So there's a path to higher density development that I elected not to pursue. I liked the 10-acre pieces, but it's not feasible. So I could have gone with the super high density option, but I don't like that option. So what I've elected is balance. And with that balance, not only have we solved the economic problem, but also we've been able to bring to bear all of these other valuable elements like the vineyard and the open space and the trails access. And so as taken as a whole, I think what is being proposed today reflects a good balance and brings much more value to the area than what the original entitlements provided.
Can I follow?
Yes, Bob, yes.
It's not our place to raise questions about what kind of profit you can make on your development. But when you talk about the 10-acre parcels not being economically viable, can you explain that? I mean, and I'll just give you some context. At one point in time, I owned a 10-acre parcel in the Monument Ridge Ranch subdivision, which is just over by Canada Road, north of Star. And I know what happened there. They ended up having a community well, and so that's how you had water rights on that property. Currently, I have 12 acres at the opposite end of the valley, and all my neighbors have between 10 to 15 acres. And so I know how that works. We've got a canal that runs next to us, and I get my water rights from that canal. But in other areas, you might have 10 acres, and you'd be limited to a well that you could only water 1 acre from. Is that correct? So I guess the question is, are you telling me that the 10-acre parcels are not economically viable, and why are they not economically viable?
Commissioner, Mr. Danielson mentioned that we had an estimate for the water system in the $10 million range. The figure is $12 to $13 million. And if you look at a $12 to $13 million cost for 50 lots, when you do the math on that, and then you add in the additional costs of development, yes, Commissioner, it becomes unviable.
So, and if I can follow up, so what was the original plan? Was the original plan?
The original plan penciled like a $4 million water system, which is possible if we weren't engineering for a system that is going to accommodate future growth. So I guess we're creating value in that area too, in that the system that we're bringing isn't creating value only for Bella Rosa, but it's creating value for the area that will benefit the citizens of Ada County and Eagle beyond as the water system continues to grow.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have you come back up after public comments and be able to rebut. Okay, do we have anybody online?
We do not.
Okay. I do have a list of people here who have signed up to speak. And not to discourage you, but if you hear that the comments you were going to make have been repeated several times, you're more than welcome to stand up and say oppose or approve or in favor. When you come up, could you please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. We'll start off, Kelly Tilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Kelly Tilford. I live at 4372 North Star Vista Lane, Eagle, Idaho. That's the adjacent Starview Estates property. I should preface this with I am professionally trained as an engineering geologist and a construction engineer. I'm not licensed in Idaho to provide those services, but I am licensed in California and Washington. And today, because of that engineering geology background and construction background, I'd like to talk to you about one issue, and that is slope percentages on this property and the proposed development. Quite frankly, this application fails based on slope alone. It's not on policy, it's not on density, it's not on planning philosophy. It's on the applicant's own numbers from their engineering analysis. So I'm really just I'm not making up something new. I'm just providing you their numbers. Let me be more specific. Developers submitted a slope analysis as attachment 41 of the case record. I'm not quoting outside expert or my own expertise or opposition research. I'm reading directly from the documents their own engineers prepared and submitted to this board previously. So here's what those documents say, specifically on percentages of slope-constrained land. Of the 588 acres proposed for development, 505 acres, 86% of that entire site, have slopes of 25% or greater. Think about that. Now, since I live right next door to to Palermo and within viewshed of Villa Rosa. I'll tell you that for the last 10 years, I've been hiking this property almost nightly, walking my dogs and loving the views of the wildlife. I'm not against the development. I'm just against the slope proposal. It's a real workout. In fact, I use those hikes and walks to get in shape for hunting season. So that tells you what kind of slopes we're dealing with. Sort of in summary, that leaves 83 acres of generally unconstrained slope land. Terrain below the 25% threshold where Ada County Code allows development to proceed. So 83 acres. Again, consider what the applicant is asking for. 175 residential lots, plus roads wide enough for fire apparatus, plus 13 engineered drainage basins, plus retaining walls, plus utilities, plus a community building, plus a 10 acres set aside for dressage. That whole number actually reduces that 83 acres because the dressage area is in a pretty gentle sloped area as well in one of the canyons. So do the math. Before a shovel breaks ground, 175 lots divided by 83 buildable acres. I don't see how it works.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
And as much as possible, try to stay to please do not applaud or boo or just listen. We appreciate that. Next, Lynn Paparello. Going once, twice. Richard Mason. Richard Mason. Kimber Grogan.
I oppose.
I'm sorry.
Up there?
No, you can do it from your seat, but
Thank you.
I've got your address.
1380 West Quarter Drive, Eagle.
I didn't hear approve or oppose. Okay, thank you. Brian Grogan. Okay. Derek Kerner. Oh, okay. You don't count. We know what you do. Abby Germain. Please state your name and address in 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Good evening. For the record, Abby Germain with Elam and Burke, 251 East Front Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. I'm here on behalf of my client, Mitch Daher, who is a resident of the adjacent property to this proposed subdivision. As a housekeeping matter, I would like to refer the commission to our formal comments and memorandum on this issue that was submitted to this commission on August 6th. That outlays all of our full legal arguments in opposition to this proposal and why we believe that this application cannot be approved. Specifically, we are requesting that the commission deny this request to rezone the property, and that is based on several reasons. I have a very limited amount of time, so I'm going to try and move through this very quickly. As way of background, as I know Commissioner Birch has mentioned, this project was originally approved in 2024, and the proposal at that time was for 50 residential lots. Now we are looking at a 134% increase in the amount of residential lots being approved on this. There has been comments made tonight about the density being 1 dwelling per 5 acres. That is not accurate. That is the overall average density of this project based on using the planned unit development. When you look at the proposal yourself on the depictions, you'll see that the acreages of these lots that residential homes will go on go as low as 1.03 acres. So you have a much denser project, to your point. Why that is important is that is not in line with the comprehensive plan of the City of Eagle. The comprehensive plan with the City of Eagle contemplates, as has been mentioned, even in the rural urban transition zone, to have 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. The developer, again, is requesting practically 5 times that by allowing minimum lot acreage to be 1 acre. The comprehensive plan also designates this area as foothills residential, which specifically encourages development placed in a natural environment without overcrowding or significantly altering the site's natural resources and features. In addition, we do not believe that this application complies with Ada County Code. For example, Ada County Code 82-30 is intended to preserve slopes, ridgelines, hill crests, vistas, and other natural formations while minimizing the scarring effects of hillside development. You have heard that the applicant is asking for what I'll call our waivers to the standards in Ada County Code based on alternative design. In order to allow alternatives to be approved, you have to meet the criteria of that, which requires that the alternatives not be a detriment to surrounding property owners. I would submit to you that that cannot be done here, and they must follow the criteria of Ada County Code. With that, I would stand for any questions, and again, we respectfully ask that you deny the application this evening.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation. Jim McMahon?
Whoever's responsible for the slides, would you mind pulling up slide number 4, I think?
Next one down.
Next one.
5.
Yes, and if you could make that as large as possible, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jim McMahon, 4238 North Triple Ridge Place in Eagle. I have a quick question. One of the gentlemen here indicated that he had an interest in the outcome of this. Can I know which one that was?
Well,
I'm
it's
sorry.
hard for us to answer your questions. It'd be best if you just give your presentation.
Okay. I'm a retired police officer. I did an awful lot of traffic stop. I ended up as assistant chief of police at an agency. I can tell you that the number of cars that are going to be flying down Trinity is far more than what was originally planned when Trinity was planned in. I live at that intersection, or near that intersection. My property faces it. When I come out of my driveway and I look to the right, people coming down off of Trinity, I can't see them. I can't see them until they're right up on top of me. And I did it just for grins. I went out and took my truck. I took my foot off the brake. I just came right on down, went right down, made the right turn to Trinity, and I could not see a part of my driveway until it was too late to stop at 25 miles an hour. Now, I will tell you that one of my neighbors built a beautiful house up on top of the bluff. And I watched because they had 9 or 10 construction vehicles up there every day. That didn't count the rock trucks, the cement trucks, all the pumpers, all the other stuff that came in as well. So when I look at the amount of traffic that's being proposed here, there's literally 4 to 5 times the number of cars coming by. I'm 72 years old. I'd like to live to 73. I'd just as soon not have an altercation between my vehicle and another one coming by. This is not a good, well-planned activity. And if you take a look at the circle here, down at the bottom there on the right-hand turn, that's where most of the traffic could come out. Right on my little road, which is not a collector street. It was built as a residential. There's no street signs, there are no lights, and there are no sidewalks. We have people with their horses and their kids, and we regularly have animals get loose out of our property because I help go out to corral them. I know from personal responsibility that when people end up running a car against a deer or anything larger than that, very few people survive it, and the animal never does. We're creating an opportunity for millions of dollars for somebody to take and build this lovely thing here with so many more houses than was originally planned. They tried to get this through the City of Eagle, and the City of Eagle said, no, we're not taking it. Why would we want to take and have this happen in an area where we built this beautiful place in Eagle? I moved here from a large city. I like the bucolic area that I live in. I didn't plan on living on Beacon Light Road. But if you approve this, I'm literally going to be on Beacon Light Road because of the amount of traffic flowing out of there. They're not going down all the way to Eagle to go back out it. They're coming right over the top of Trinity. We're a small residential place here with only 20 houses, lots of kids and horses and this sort of thing. All we're looking for here is creating a hazard. This is inappropriate. And doubling up and even tripling up the number of additional houses by saying, hey, look, I've given you all this open space. Yeah, because it's non-buildable. So you can give away all the stuff you can't use. All the benefit that comes out is, oh, I got a pretty view. And I end up paying the price for it. I'm sorry. I didn't plan on helping somebody else make millions of dollars by making my life more hazardous and the people and visitors I have coming there. Thank you. I ask you to deny this application.
Tim Johnson? Rick Schwank? Brian McNatt? McNate? Name and address, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Great, good evening. Brian McNatt, 1085 West Quarter Drive, Eagle. Man, I have so much, 3 minutes. Buckle your seatbelts, here it comes. So I want to go really general to begin with to help understand. Essentially, I've heard a lot of smoke and mirrors tonight, and I really want to get down to the foundation by raising some questions and principles. I would argue that in making decisions like you make, there is one criteria that's more important than all other criteria. In fact, it's not only more important than the other criteria, it's more important than all of the other criteria combined. And that criteria is, how is this decision going to impact the current people that I represent? The fiduciary duty that each of you have towards the current citizens of this county. That is your interest. How is it going to benefit them? How is it going to harm them? Not what's it going to do for developers, not what's going to do, and I'll address this in a moment, the landowner or other people who stand to make money. I learned something 50 years ago in my high school government class that I remember to this day. My teacher would be so proud. And what he said about rights and responsibilities is somebody's right to extend their arm ends where it touches someone else's face. Somebody's right to extend their arm ends where it impacts negatively somebody else. And I would submit that this proposal negatively impacts many, many people, most everybody except for those that stand to gain financially. A couple other things real quickly. One that I thought that was interesting, this fallacy argument that, we can't make money on the current proposal, but at least we didn't do something worse. You never want to use worse to justify bad. A second thing that was interesting, when we listened to the Dry Creek thing, if you remember all the survey results, there was one slide that showed where it was most negative. And you better remember what that was. I wrote it down, so I'll tell you. It was traffic. Well, guess what? What can they do about that now? Nothing. The development's built. The time to handle that was before. So the time to handle the traffic problem that Bella Rosa is proposing is now by denying it. So again, I would simply say, please do your moral and civic responsibility that you have a fiduciary duty to and represent the current citizens of Ada County by denying this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Next up, Bernadette Brunton? Thank you.
I have some exhibits I'd like to present to the commissioners, please. Do I give them to the clerk?
I can take them.
Okay. And oops, sorry. Good catch.
Thank you. Okay, we have documents. Go ahead, you can begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Bernadette Benken. I live at 4130 North Sage Hill Lane in Eagle. It's Lot 13 in Triple Ridge subdivision. My home's adjacent to this project. First off, I'd like the commissioners to know that on August 10th, of 2026, so just a few days ago, Monday, I guess it was, that ACHD has pulled all the permits for the connecting road to this project. That's the letter that I've presented here. The developer's going to say, oh, there's a mistake. There's a misunderstanding of where the center line is. They're going to play this off as not very important. This is extremely important, and it shows you how they do development. Right now in Palermo, there's major scarring to the hillside. There's no final plat. They dug a 250-foot-long trench by my property that is now stopped by the county because they failed to meet the conditions before they started doing that. These developers will do things and then come back and say, well, we've spent millions already, and now you're going to want us to tear this up? Please, they have created their own problem. The Idaho Supreme Court has said, you can't create your own problem and then come in and say, you can't put those conditions on me. I've been an attorney for 40 years, or over, actually, and what they're creating is liability. What they were going to do was put a retaining wall on my property and then force me to sue them to remove it. They're going to say, oh, no, we have all kinds of plans that will be able to do this. The ACHD letter says, and I quote, the public roadways were formally accepted by ACHD are not feasible. Right now, there's no way for them to even get into Palermo other than going through Willow Creek, which is a 2-mile drive to the west. Be very careful with these developers. I say, do not approve this zoning. There are too many issues and questions still out there. This county has already looked at this ground back in 2005. County staff studied these same hills and said, don't push the hard studies off onto the future. That's what I'm recommending this commission to do right now. Require them to prove that the soil and the grading and all the studies and the septic systems are going to be acceptable. Because what they'll do is they'll start grading. And the pictures that I've given you in the exhibit shows what they've been doing, how they lack any
Thank you. We need to keep moving through.
The only thing I want to say is they show that that they don't care about their neighbors. The dust is constant.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Okay.
Chris Cusimbano and Winona, we'll have you come up separately if you don't mind, either way. Name and address, please, and 3 minutes.
Chris Cusimano, 4334 Sage Hill Road. I just moved up there. I built the last house.
You got it.
I don't even know where I live.
You got it right.
Yeah. Now, the property I have is adjacent to the Palermo subdivision. In fact, my driveway runs about 1/3 of a mile along their property line. My driveway exits where the egress and ingress for Palermo is supposed to be. As she mentioned, they pulled all the permits. At the time, before they got the permits pulled, I was just battling with those people like crazy because my road goes from a high elevation to a low elevation. Their road goes from a low elevation to a high elevation, paralleling my driveway. I can't see any of the cars coming. If I'm coming down my driveway this direction, they're coming up this way. I can't see them. I'd have to look 180 degrees. And their solution was, well, we'll put a 4-way stop. That's great. Nobody's going to stop at that thing. So like the other gentleman said, there's going to be an accident. It's horrible. So, but I guess the permit's been pulled, so I don't know what's going on with it, but if they do put that road in, it's gonna be awful. ACDA, or the Ada County Highway District, when I brought that to their attention, they're like, yeah, that's not a good road, but when we approved it, we thought your driveway was a Jeep trail, or we thought the neighbor that owned Lot 12 was doing some grading, and we already approved it, so there's nothing we can do now. That seems to be how this whole development's going. Put it in, beg for forgiveness. The other thing I'm curious about is, now I'm not the smartest mathematician in the world, but you added 20 acres, which is 3%, so you're gonna go from 50 houses to 117? How does that work? And how does going from 50 houses to 117 make it a better neighborhood? I don't understand that either. And there's one other thing I wanted to say. Can't remember. I guess the only person who's going to come out on top of this is the developer. The reason you go from 50 houses to 117 is you're going to make a lot more money. And as far as open spaces go, I'd rather see 50 10-acre lots than clusters of high-density development. That's going to look horrible up in those hills. So that's really all I have to say. So
Thank you very much. Any questions?
you're welcome.
I can keep this very brief. My name is Winona Lawrence.
Wait, come on up and all the way up, and there you go.
My name is Winona Lawrence, and that was my husband. We do live at 4334 North Sage Hill Lane. And I just want to underscore that the amount of traffic that will now be imposed upon our subdivision will be 7 times what it is today. You cannot consider Palermo and Bella Rosa separately for this. One cannot exist without the other. Palermo needs the water that comes from Bella Rosa, so Palermo cannot be finished without Bella Rosa. As my neighbor just said, the permits for that road have been pulled. So that, I don't know what's going to happen there. All I can tell you is if today you have a car every couple of minutes go by your house, you think life's pretty good. But tomorrow, when you look out your windows and there's always a car in front of your house, that's not peaceful, that's not quiet, that is not what the rural and country life is all about. And when you look at the impact these developments have on our community, there is only one existing subdivision that is being impacted by this huge development, and it's Triple Ridge. We have 22 home sites. Adding Palermo doubles our traffic. Adding Bella Rosa with its 2 access points, if you look at those access points and realize that down in the lower right-hand corner, that is the quickest way to get to Home Depot, Walmart, and Winco, and the new Costco that's going to go in, how many of those residents are actually going to backtrack, go out to Eagle Road via Willow Creek, drop down, and then drive across on Beacon Light, when they can just drop down on the hypotenuse, cut off all that traffic, and head off that way directly? 50 to 117 residential spots. Yes, that is bait and switch. It is a huge impact on our subdivision, and my plea may be emotional, but it's also about safety. Traffic safety, pedestrian safety. Thank you. I have nothing else to say.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Thank you. Nicole Ford.
Oh, just to be added in. Yeah. Hi. Hi, I'm Nicole Ford. I live at 3443 North Triple Ridge Place. I did spend a lot of time on my speech here, so I did take some of it out. I don't want to be super repetitive, but I am going to go ahead and read. Told you my address. I've lived there for 13 years. Our home sits on the less elevated entrance portion of Triple Ridge Place. And I will bear the brunt of the in and out traffic that is expected to see over 1,400 cars per day, estimated, if these developments build out to the density intended. Obviously, noise pollution seriously affects the harmony of this over 30-year community that we have. Another even more grave concern is the steep elevation of our road, a Triple Ridge, the curvature of the road. It's really not intended to serve any more of the 24 lots that Triple Ridge Estates has always existed as and was intended to only be that. And the speed picking up down the slope, as my neighbor described, there's no sidewalks, pedestrian animals, a major risk of death and injury, and that's not an exaggeration with the speeding that I see every day because I'm on the tail end of all the speeding. So I see it, witness it. I really implore the commissioners, the board to just investigate these hazards and the liability. I don't know how that's done. I wish as a citizen I knew what the risk potential, how that was measured, and how citizens can be reassured that a matter like this is being taken care of. And I do feel empathy for this overwhelming ethical, moral choice that the board faces. I do think that we all asked to be conservative for the sake of the critical and basic safety needs of all the community members. And I want to talk about a personal issue. I'm the president of our HOA for Triple Ridge Homeowner Association. I was contacted on a water issue by Mr. Barbie and Mr. Ackman and was lied to that they had permission from Farmers Union to connect into Triple Ridge irrigation system. In fact, after written confirmation could not be provided by them upon my request, I was able to confirm with Farmers Union that they had never heard these developers' names nor developments. Instead, I was propositioned to just give them 5 minutes to explain it, and then they wouldn't waste my time. It seems Mr. Barbie and Mr. Ackman do a lot of explaining when they should be following the proper laws that I know this board was created to enforce. Even now, and after all these months, they're still explaining away their issues with this development as if they weren't the ones to be bringing on all of these problems because the due diligence was lacking and only self-preservation we can all see now was at the forefront of their intentions. I conclude by saying as they keep hopelessly trying to explain away these critical project issues, I ask you to please hold them accountable every step of the way. Our community is at risk unless the board can act with intention and integrity, which are the exact virtues that have been sorely lacking with Mr. Barbie and Mr. Ackman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Mrs. Ford.
Please,
Thank you.
go ahead, Commissioner Murphy.
You're the HOA
President.
out there?
Mhm.
Wasn't there a fire out there recently?
Yeah, it was
right
around this
behind you
time
guys?
last year. Yeah, and up towards that area, and there was evacuations. Luckily, it ended up not being. They were able to contain it. Yes.
Do you know what happened with that, or as far as how it started, or?
Actually, I don't. One of the neighbors, might have more
Okay,
information
well,
on that.
we'll get to that. Thank you.
Oh, sure.
I had a question too, real quick. So I've been up Triple Ridge a couple times, but it goes up in dead ends right now, doesn't it? I mean, there's no,
Goes up to Triple Ridge, and then that's going to connect to the Trinity Court, which is then that's right down kind of where the foothill area is that the development's going.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Gary Bruton. Name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Gary Benkin, and my wife Bernadette and I live at 4130 North Sage Hill Lane, which is Lot 13 in Triple Ridge Estates, right next to this development. Bernadette already mentioned something about our experiences with this developer. I've been a commercial real estate broker for nearly 50 years, 34 of which is here in the Treasure Valley. I analyze real estate developments for a living. Ironically, many of the things that were already said from people behind me and some of you up front mimic of what I'm going to get into, so hold that thought. This is not the project you approved before. It's a much bigger one wearing the same name. In 2024, this land was approved for 50 homes. Now they're asking for 117, way more than double, on the same steep hills. And to fit them all, they're asking you to shrink the rules. That's cutting the rules down by about 80%. Let's get out of the weeds now, shall we? We're not against building here. The current rules and the 2024 approval already allow homes on this land. We get it. We are against more than doubling the number of homes and the myriad of problems that brings for those of us who live nearby. If you approve this rezone, Triple Ridge Estates will have way too many daily vehicle trips than what its little roads and the subdivision was developed for. Just look at the map of Bella Rosa combined with Paraloma. 680 acres is shaped just like a funnel, and the vehicles would converge downhill at the bottom of the funnel right on Trinity Court. The developer will say, "Oh no, not to worry, commissioners. The primary access road is Willow Creek, and Trinity Court is a secondary access. That is merely a decoy that they will hope you fall for." Access to Beacon Light via Trinity Court will be the path of least resistance for about 85% of all these vehicles. And there is not a person in this room who does not navigate their own driving routes every single time they pull out of their driveways by taking the path of least resistance. What this developer is doing is known in the negotiating world as nibbling. They know they wouldn't get everything they wanted by asking for it up front, so they ask for a little bit here, a little bit there, and at the end of the day, they get everything they want. They are nibblers. They know their end game now, and you will only see how it unfolds over time once it is too late to course correct. Make no mistake about it. When they come back to you time and again for more concessions, they will blame everybody and everything except themselves for the reason why they are standing in front of you. Mostly they blame God, and who can blame God? Okay? And on
We need to cut you off there. And
Can I just finish my last sentence?
You have one sentence. We need to kind of stick to this 3 minutes because
Okay.
we're getting
If the
long.
powers that be succumb to all this nibbling, this will be everyone's nightmare over time, not just the immediate neighbors. Lastly, nobody in this room tonight speaking against this rezone is a NIMBY. If they were, one or more of us would have protested Palermo early on, and nobody did. We've all
Excuse
got
me.
better things to do.
Yeah, we really need to move along here.
Please say no to
Please
the
finish.
rezone.
You're done. Thank you. Hate to cut you off like that. We've got a lot to go through still. Please, if you could stay to the 3 minutes, we'd really appreciate it. Scott McCauley. Name and address in 3 minutes.
Scott McCauley, 3333 North Triple Ridge Place in Eagle. I'm here to testify rather reluctantly because I left a 1-week-old baby boy at home tonight to be here. And as fun as it is to be with you, I would much rather be with him. But I'm here tonight because of him and his 2 older daughters. You see, I live right at the corner of Beacon Light and Triple Ridge Place. And I work from home, and my office looks right out over Triple Ridge. And so I see every day the traffic that comes through there, and this is a pedestrian use road. See people walk by, see people riding their horses, riding their bikes. This is the street where my daughters learned how to ride their bike, and I hope that this is where my son can safely learn how to ride his bike. And 2 years ago, this county approved Bella Rosa as a 50-home subdivision, and now that's more than doubling. The traffic that it will bring is significant. This road is just pavement. There's no striping on the road. There's no shoulder. It drops immediately off into a burrow pit. There is nowhere for pedestrian use on this road except in the driving area of the road. And with the increased traffic that this new proposal will bring, there are significant safety concerns. And I know that that's been brought up multiple times, but I wanted to reiterate that to say this is not just one hypersensitive individual to this issue. This is a systemic issue that is a matter of real concern for us who live on Triple Ridge and are directly impacted by this. In the 2024 approval, there was no mention of Triple Ridge Place or Trinity Court, and no traffic study was done there. There was a traffic study that was done on the Willow Creek portion, but not for Triple Ridge. And so there's been notice that this is a secondary access point. This is, I believe there was staff mentioned that this was for emergency access, but the developer's own consultant has pinned 45% of the traffic to go through Triple Ridge. That doesn't sound like emergency access only. That doesn't sound like a secondary access point. Triple Ridge is contemplated to be a primary, a main driver of traffic. And as has been testified, it is the shortest route to Highway 55. And so even that 45% estimate is probably underestimating what will actually happen in reality. And so my hope is, my request is that you deny this, at the very least, until an adequate study has been done on the traffic impact on Triple Ridge, the safety concerns that this additional traffic brings, so that my kids have a safe place to live. And so I'd ask you to deny.
Thank you very much. Questions? Nancy Shigaris? Shigaris? Shigaris. Thank you.
I've been called a lot worse. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners, for time tonight.
Name and address,
My
please.
name is Nancy Shigaris. I live at 4060 North Star Vista Lane in Eagle, 83616, part of Star Vista Estates, and our properties are immediately adjacent to the Palermo and Bella Rosa subdivisions. So obviously, I'm here to oppose this application. This decision ultimately comes down to one question. Does this rezone serve the public interest? Or does it undermine the very planning framework this community has spent decades building? Excuse me. First, the Eagle City Comprehensive Plan is clear. Recently updated by this very council in May of this year, it repeatedly emphasizes the protection of the foothills and explicitly discourages increased density outside of city limits prior to annexation. And as you know, this property is not annexed. This is not vague guidance. It is the governing policy framework. Approving this rezone would directly contradict that plan and render it meaningless. Second, the developer is asking for exemptions to many key statutes of current building code, including drainage, slopes, fire road access, frontage, site coverage, and lot size. These rules are in place for a reason: to preserve the nature and character of the foothills. As a side note, did you know that foothills is mentioned 251 times in the Eagle Comprehensive Plan, which just underscores how important it is to the community. Third, the application fails on basic safety and infrastructure standards. Ada County staff and the county engineer have identified unresolved issues since the planning started, including noncompliance with fire access requirements. The Eagle Fire District requires 32-foot road widths. For a reason, emergency access in the foothills is not optional. Fourth, the foothills are not just another development area. They are a high-risk wildland-urban interface. Expanding residential density here increases wildlife exposure, strains emergency responses, and places future homeowners and current residents at risk. And finally, the application sets a very dangerous precedent. If 568 acres can be rezoned from rural residential to rural urban transition here, then every similarly situated parcel in the foothills becomes a candidate for the same treatment. The cumulative impact is a gradual loss of the rural foothills landscape. This applicant may frame this as thoughtful, low-density development, but private open space with a luxury subdivision is not the same as preserving the foothills. Once this land is subdivided, graded, and built upon, its natural character and its function as open space is permanently changed. The Eagle Comprehensive Plan exists for exactly this moment. It is the community's long-term vision, and it is meant to guide decisions when pressure to deviate is strongest. For all of these reasons, policy conflict, excessive density, safety concern, wildfire risk, and irreversible precedent, I respectfully ask you to deny this application.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Shigaris, did you have something to say about the recent fire up there?
Oh, sure. Yeah, it was actually started on Star Vista Lane. Kelly's neighbor here, it was a landscaper. He was building a wall, a boulder wall, and a boulder hit the metal compartment on it, and it sparked. It lit the grasses nearby. So he tried to put it out, could not, and it expanded exponentially. It burned. It was actually standing on my deck watching it come towards my house. I know we had an evacuation notice, but we tried to save the house first. And the wind changed, so it burned all the way. It entirely burned what is now Palermo, what is dedicated as Palermo, all the way to 55. So
That's what I thought.
250 acres.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Wolf. Name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Jennifer Wolf, 5187 North Wolf Ridge Lane in Eagle. I live in the Stowell subdivision. I want to talk about Willow Creek Road. The Triple Ridge access thing sounds horrendous, but I also think that Willow Creek is problematic for extra traffic going there, and especially if you're talking about construction workers coming in, because they'll be turning off of Willow Creek Road there to get in. Willow Creek is not your average road. I encourage you to go out there sometime and take a drive and see what it's like. Once you hit Willow Creek, it starts winding around, and it's got a couple of blind spots. It has really poor shoulders, overgrowth of trees in the shoulders, eroded sections. You've got bikers, walkers. Sometimes people on horseback are, I think, risking their lives, but they're coming down on Willow Creek Road too. And a lot of speeders. The speed limit is 25 miles per hour, but most people ignore that, and some people are going very fast. I'm afraid already that there's going to be an accident there. Just in the last couple of weeks, I've encountered coming down Willow Creek Road, and that's my access to this, downtown Eagle, anywhere I go. There has been a very long flatbed, I guess you'd call it, truck, taking up an entire lane right next to the entrance to what would be Bella Rosa subdivision, and waiting for this large construction type truck to be, moved back on it. And you're coming down the hill, you're coming over a blind spot. People are having to drive into the other lane. I mean, so that's happened twice, like in the last 2 weeks, and I've seen a lot of activity there. I'm just saying that Willow Creek is not a great option either, and to see an increase of up to 1,000 cars possibly, that would be problematic, and it's a dangerous road already. It's not taken care of, and the fact that semis are on there, dump trucks maybe coming from Valnova, I'm not sure. One day, a long flatbed truck did a U-turn in the entire subdivision, turned around, and ended up going into the new ranch subdivision that's being developed right now. So there's been an increase in traffic already because of projects that are going on north of us and south of our subdivision, and I respectfully ask you to oppose this increase in the Bella Rosa proposal.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Gary Shipman. And on deck would be James Totten.
My name is Gary Shipman. I live at 3699 North Triple Ridge Place. I'm not going to take your full 3 minutes because I'd be repetitive with a lot that has been brought forth here. I obviously oppose to the changes that are being looked at. I think one thing it defines very simply, Triple Ridge Place is a subdivision that defines itself. It's a ridge. We happen to live on that ridge and pretty much close to the base of it. And traffic right now, when you come off that hill, it's a very, very steep decline in less than a quarter of a mile. You get a lot of traffic in there. Folks aren't going to be able to stop quick enough. It's easy to pick up speed, and there's just looking for a serious incident to happen. I'm just going to keep it to that at this point because, as I said, the other folks that have talked here or spoke here have brought up incidentals that I wouldn't have even been thinking of. We've only lived there for 6 years, but we didn't move there to run into this situation. So consider myself as opposition, and I thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Questions? James Towden?
I'm here. 3581 North Triple Ridge Place, and I oppose it. And I'd just be a repeat. I live between Gary and...
That's good. Thank you. Chris Cannon.
4900 North Meander Place, Eagle, and I'm opposed.
Thank you. Renee, it starts with a S.
Renee Schultzmeyer, 376 Napo Court, and I oppose.
Thank you. And husband Rick. Name and address in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Rick Schultzmeyer, 376 Nob Hill Court. First and foremost, I think we learn through experiences and stories, and I've lived this already. I lived it at Dartmoor in Meridian, Dartmoor and Eagle Road. We went through this project, and I realized that the project, or the developers at that point, were nibblers. It's a good word for it, because the development that we moved into had 40 acres behind it. The developer came in behind it and actually came in with a proposal that made sense. And as you had said earlier, this new proposal has changed just like they did. It's a radical change. And I'm adamantly opposed to it. I've seen what has happened. I lived it. I moved from Dartmoor out to Eagle in the foothills because of the environment. We love that rural community. We love our neighbors, and we love what we have. I'm not opposed to development, but what was proposed and now what they're asking for is radical. And it's radical for our neighbors, and we're opposed to it. And I hope that we can all come together and understand that the planning and the piece of this is vital. It makes sense to develop, but develop with sense and not overpopulate, and no such thing as clustering. I just really am opposed to this application, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Dixie Roberts. Kay Taylor.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kay Taylor, live at 3875 North Triple Ridge Lane, which is different than Triple Ridge Place. We're sort of at the end of with a cul-de-sac and then a drive that two homes share going up to our home. And we've lived there for about 10 years and have seen big changes, but so gradual that when you see something like this, it sort of hits you in the face and you realize these things have sort of been happening gradually. And it's sort of like the frog sitting in the cold water, you know, heating up, and he doesn't realize that he's not going to survive there. So anyway, I just wanted to say that Triple Ridge Estates is adjacent to these two developments, and we aren't affected immediately at our home, but I've seen what happened to people that have homes adjacent to them. And what I'm hearing now is that there are only 117 homes. I thought it was 175. So I need that cleared up. But still, it's either doubled or tripled in the last 2 years. And what I see now is trucks in my mind's eye, and I want you to sort of close your eyes and imagine this. Going up Triple Ridge, it's a single lane road, or well, you can get two cars by, but there's no line. And it does get plowed, but only in the middle. And so when there's snow. So close your eyes and think of Triple Ridge Place being used as the main artery to get in and out of Palermo at least, and I'm not sure about Bella Rosa, but I have a feeling that people will be coming down Triple Ridge rather than going out to Eagle Road through Willow Creek to get to 55, to go north or south to all the, Boise and McCall and all that stuff and downtown. So imagine when you drive up to a stop sign at the end of Triple Ridge at Beacon Light Road, there's a stop sign. And you have to sort of pull out about 4 or 5 feet to see these humongous earth-moving trucks being towed by, and the rock holding tankards, or whatever you call those trucks that have the huge rocks in them, and gravel and all that stuff that they need to build. Well, that's fine, and you understand that, maybe one house at a time, but think of it, 175 more, that's at minimum 225 cars at that stop sign.
Thank you.
There will no longer be a stop sign. It will be a stoplight with those cars backed up. So
Ms.
that's
Taylor, I gotta
traffic.
catch you up
Thank
there.
you.
Thank you very much. Patrick Hester,
He had to leave, but may I speak in his place?
you sure can.
Okay.
Just name and address in 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Angela Howell. I reside at 1951 East Cottontail Court in Eagle. However, I've lived in the Triple Ridge Estates for 28 years. Such platitudes sound so good, sort of like the golden rule. They say they're being respectful, being responsible, balance, beauty. Yet they aren't applying these same theories to the current neighbors and neighborhoods. They say they're preserving the look and feel of their land. Yet they want to take away the look and feel of ours. They want to add stated value to their development while at the same time removing ours. This isn't sensible. This isn't respectful. They aren't being responsible. To make Triple Ridge a thoroughfare is not respectful to the existing upscale and equestrian subdivision. The developers have not adhered to mandates thus far with the sister development of Palermo. Instead, they've picked fights with multiple neighbors and have operated outside of the rules. The county hasn't held the developers accountable thus far, and the county planner this evening seemed to be comfortable voicing his approval without suitable and mandated reports. No data has been forthcoming that would support everything they say they've done. By the way, speaking of nibbling, a winery that includes a venue for private and public use is included in their future planning stages. This too will multiply traffic not included in the current traffic study. Please demand appropriate measures be taken to ensure the integrity of Triple Ridge be preserved. Do your duty and start by denying this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I need to have her sign in? I've got an empty one. Is that okay? Okay, you're fine. Thank you. Is there anybody else who would wish to speak to this matter? She stood up first, and you'll be second, the blue shirt. Name and address, and you got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Brittany Tilden. My family and business reside at 3945 North Brookside Lane at the base of Palermo site, the proposed Bella Rosa development. We are respectfully asking you to deny or delay Bella Rosa. My husband and I stood before the Board of County Commissioners last night. I want you to understand what happened because it directly informs the decision before you tonight regarding drainage, land stewardship, and accountability. My husband, a career wildland firefighter, could not be here tonight because he had to return to the fire line. We have both dedicated our lives to service. He as a first responder and I in the medical field, restoring lives for amputees with prosthetic devices. We take stewardship, an internal standard of good, and accountability seriously. In April, Palermo's infiltration pond failed, sending water, silt, and debris onto our property. IDEQ documented rills on nearly every slope, unprotected soil stockpiles, and erosion in the roadway. Those documented conditions caused the damages to our property, not simply a failed silt fence as the BOCC was led to believe last night. Mr. Inkson, Mr. Barbry's partner, had the audacity to stand before the BOCC and deflect responsibility onto the very family his project harmed, despite documentation from IDEQ, the county engineer, and extensive video and photographic evidence. This is not simply a technical disagreement. This is a failure of accountability. 4 months later, our drainage is still destroyed. Our land remains eroded and unusable, and our high-performance equestrian business is negatively impacted every day. We have received no repair, no remediation, and no compensation, with damages estimated at $90,000. And now, the same developer is asking you to approve another development and disturb even more ground before demonstrating they can properly manage and steward the ground they have already disturbed. Bella Rosa is not a new developer asking for your trust. It is the same developer with the same demonstrated stormwater concerns asking for permission to create additional homes while the damage from Palermo remains unresolved. If a contractor cannot finish the job they started, you don't hand them a bigger one. Stormwater management is not optional. Neighbors and environment should not bear the cost of a developer's failure to control their own site. We are asking you to deny or delay Bella Rosa until Palermo is fully resolved. Every protection you would impose on Bella Rosa has already required with Palermo, yet those conditions did not prevent the damage we are dealing with today. Conditions on paper mean very little if there is no accountability for complying with them. We are respectfully asking you to hold this developer to the same standard you would hold anyone else. Finish what you started, tell the truth and how it happened, and don't ask for more until you have made right what your negligence has caused to your neighbors.
Thank you very much. Any
I
questions?
also was impacted by the fire. If you had more questions, I'm happy to stand for that.
Okay, thank you.
Name and address, and you'll have
Trovinger, 1313 Stillwell, Eagle 83616. Technically, we're in unincorporated Ada County. That was intentional. We did not want to move into the city. We did not want to be in an HOA. We ask that you deny this application. I feel the increased density in this very rural area is not appropriate. It's very sleepy country. Willow Creek Road is going to be impacted in a very negative way. It is not built for this kind of activity, certainly not even close to it. Right now, we're pretty much typically 5-acre lots, some 7 and 10. I think initially this started, it was along those lines. People were like, okay, that's kind of what we have already. Looks like we're getting way away from that. As someone mentioned, it sounds like a bait and switch, probably is. The development, yeah, it's just looking more like a development. You'd see Meridian, not appropriate for that area at all. It's very rural, as I mentioned, farm animals, things like that. I think the higher density impact on traffic is going to be terrible. Beacon Light is already a commuter nightmare. That it wasn't the case 10 years ago when we moved here. Nothing's being done for Beacon Light, let alone adding other impact like developments like this and the additional houses they're proposing. We have more fundamental stuff to fix on Beacon Light. Villanova, when it comes over down Willow Creek, that road is twisty, turny. It cannot handle any more than it really has already. So I think there's a lot of issues with, basically backfilling that infrastructure need first. And I think it generally totally destroys the character of that neighborhood, which is why we moved there, to get away from exactly this kind of stuff. So again, I ask you to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Thank you. Go ahead. Yours. Yes. Name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Texan Warner, and I live right there. Does anyone have a laser pointer? No? Okay.
There's a pointer right there.
Really?
The black one.
Oh.
Yeah. It'll work on this screen if you just point the green
Oh,
button.
here we go. This is my house right here, and my husband, kids. So it's going to go basically, you can't see that.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, it's going to go right through. That's the main entrance right there. Is there actually a picture of what the foothills look like today? Because this isn't very descriptive of what we're tearing up. No? I sent some great pictures. Do you have those? Of turkeys and deer and.
We do have some pictures in the report that show the current.
Yeah, I think that's super important to see. Okay. So I'm a resident of Stillwell Estates. Our house, I pointed it out. And I can definitely tell you that the culture has not changed. I don't know where that came from, but besides the daily dust and bulldozers, there's been no development in the foothills that justifies an urban zoning. If you were to look at an aerial of Stillwell Estates, there's truly at least 5 acres between each house. You see a house, green space, another house, green space, and there's no clusters. Okay, I was thinking of like the foothills. Here we go. So that's bogus. We keep scrolling. We'll get to the turkeys. I'm from Texas, so that's a big deal. The horns, so. Behind our house, as you can see, is unspoiled. That kind of says a lot.
You need him to scroll down. Specify scroll down.
May I ask a question?
I had a whole thing planned, but basically, I think any way you look at it, the foothills will be.
Would you be willing to accept the question?
Sliced up,
Commissioner Murphy would
basically.
like to ask you a question.
They're going to be sliced up any way you look at it. I mean,
Mrs. Warner, where do you live on the map? You said, is there an overview map?
I live right there at the yellow entrance. I don't know where it went, but basically, the new road will be running the total line of our pasture, which is filled with llamas and alpacas and geese and goats and sheep. And that's actually a huge concern of mine because it's kind of an attraction. You know, people walking past, and are they going to try to feed them or? But where I live is behind us is nothing.
Well, thank you very much. Any other questions?
Any questions?
You got one question. Thank you very much, though.
Right.
Are there any others who would like to speak for this? Okay.
I think her pictures were actually part of the online packet. They were listed as images. I saw them. She had video of
Okay, yeah. If they're in the packet, then they're available. Name and address and 3 minutes.
Yeah, Jeremy Warner, 483 at Willow Creek Road. I live with Texan, she's my wife. I was here 2 years ago, and I opposed the original plan of 50 houses, 10 acres each. And I accepted the defeat. Yeah, they got developed. I don't want to stand in the way of development, but I was pretty floored when all of a sudden, a year later, I get another notice saying, oh, it's not going to be 117 houses. Am I going to get another notice in a year saying this is going to be 258 houses? Because they did have some original plans that had high density, you know, the typical one house per like quarter acre. I think that we needed to deny this application just based off of slippery slope. If we approve this next one, are we going to add another one? And that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Last call. All right, we'll close that portion of the meeting, the testimony. We'll go back to Mr. Danielson. Any other questions for Mr. Danielson from the commissioners? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm finding my notes among many.
Can I get, not to get in the weeds too much, can you show on that map, where is this, the Palermo development? Right down in there.
Here, yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question on the ACHD and what traffic study they have completed. I saw, I believe, something in the 1,000 pages that said that they were going to refrain from providing a full TIS because of the different, I guess there's like 10 different, they're going to start out with 20 houses or something like that. And then they have different projects, I think. Have they done a complete TIS study, including all the proposed houses and including the size of the street on the south entrance through Triple Ridge, as far as being, private roads, or what kind of road is that feasible for?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, so typically ACHD, they have certain thresholds where they require TISs or traffic impact studies with certain developments. So I believe, and maybe Chrissy has a little bit more knowledge of what this threshold is, but I don't believe that this particular development met that threshold for a full traffic impact study. Based with A County Highway Districts, what they replied in their exhibit was that the development is estimated to generate 1,064 vehicle trips per day with 109 vehicle trips per hour in the PM peak hour. And that's based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers Chip Generation Manual, 12th edition. They also mentioned that the area roadways meet their level of service planning thresholds, and they provide specific conditions of approval for the development itself. And so that's in terms of the number of trips and level of service. It did show that that the level of service planning thresholds were met based on their traffic counts on the local roadways.
But no official traffic impact study was completed for the entire project. It was just based upon phase one, right?
That's correct.
Okay. One other question, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Deep down I apologies, I forget what page, but one of the stipulations was, and I quote, Director of Development Services may approve additional dwellings on shared driveways. What does that mean?
I would have to kind of know where that is, because I'd have to read the full context of kind of what you just quoted.
It was in the context of the private roads, and to me, that sounds like a fluid situation where, different lots could be changed based upon where it landed on the private road. And maybe that's just like, an inch of on the property line one way or the other. But was just wondering if that's a standard thing, or you haven't heard of that then?
I haven't heard of it. So obviously the lots within, the buildable lots within this subdivision are either going to take access or frontage from either a public roadway or a private road. So I think of the initial application, and we ended up, this obviously has been a long project, and there's been a lot of back and forth with the developer. I think initially the developer was proposing to have some of the lots come off of a common driveway, and as staff, we basically told the developer that, the lot, that these common driveways would need to be considered and need to be treated as private roads. And so therefore, the plat ended up being revised to show private roads rather than common driveways, providing frontage and access to some of the lots within the subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I got a couple. Commissioner Colson?
So I'm looking at just page 3, pretty easy, of the application. You got like Triple Ridge and everything kind of coming up to that is all zoned RUT, is that correct?
Yes, and I can maybe zoom down a little bit. So basically, everything south here is zoned RUT.
Okay, and so Triple Ridge is then zoned at 5 units to the acre.
That is correct.
Okay, and then up in the top, up in the,
Hold
oh,
on,
this is
just-
closed public now.
So I think we misspoke. Some Commissioner Colson, with the RUT district, it's one dwelling unit per 5 acres.
Okay, all right. So then up in the top corner, I see some green up there. That obviously is RUT as well, is that correct? Top
So-
left, you can barely see the skin.
Yeah. So this right here is RUT. So basically, it's something like this line is basically anything south of it's RUT. The brown is rural residential RR, and then we have RP here in the blue.
Then far top left of your corner.
That's going to be City of Eagle right there.
That's City of Eagle? Okay. All right, and then one other quick question. Where's the 20-acre parcel that was added?
Right here. So the 20-acre parcel is right here, and this is the new 20 acres that was added from the previous 2024 application.
And if I'm not misspeaking here, that line of where RUT is and where that 20 acres was just now purchased to add to this application, that is the line of Eagle's area of impact. Is that correct?
That prior to this past year, that was the area of impact line. The area of impact line, if we go up here, Eagle's impact area goes all the way
now it goes way
into
up there.
the county line.
Okay.
So basically, growth is envisioned all the way up to the Gem and Boise County lines.
Okay. And so going back to the ACHD thing, the bottom line is safety trips, all that type of stuff. I mean, Ada County has to follow, its code, and that's basically what is ACHD. We have to go to what they say, because they're the specialists in that side of things. So is ACHD, is that application in limbo on, hey, we're approving, what context have we got back in regards to this going to 117 dwellings from 50? And what is ACHD saying to that? Like, hey, we're okay with that? That's our bottom line we have to look at.
So with the exhibit number 60, so ACHD did respond to this application. So exhibit number 60, which is their response, they did say that that with the additional development, that the area roadways would still meet their level of service planning thresholds.
Okay. And this may be a question for the applicant, but do you know if this application did go in front of Eagle?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Colson, we did transmit this application to the City of Eagle, and Christie reached out to them multiple times, and we did not get a response from them.
Okay. All right. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? With that, we will invite the applicant to come forward for rebuttal. You'll have 10 minutes. There's quite a bit here, so we'll give you some extra
Mr.
time.
Chairman, before they do the rebuttal, I just want to enter in the lay exhibits. So exhibit number 123 will be my presentation. Exhibit number 124 will be Bernadette Bunch's documents, and exhibit number 125 will be Nicole Ford's documents.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'll provide some brief.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, we have to do the name and address thing.
Kyle Lynch, DTJ Design, 1155 Canyon Boulevard, Boulder, Colorado. I'll touch base briefly on some planning and zoning sizing aspects. The first thing I'd like to do is point out the context of the site. This is approximately 1 square mile, so I want to make sure we're all understanding the size of this in the correct context. Additionally, I would like to clarify that the proposal is for 117 residential homes, 117. The number 170 was brought up in as an example of what is not being pursued under a different type of density calculation. With this in mind, the 117 and the scale of this across approximately 1 square mile, this is not high-density development, and I want to clarify the intent of the PUD is so that we can approach this site with good practices and its relationship within the area of impact. This is an area that's been anticipated for growth, and our vision for the project and the way we see it growing is paralleled by staff comments. Noting on page 2, the proposal to cluster residential development area is compatible with the adopted comprehensive plan. And additional staff comments on page 5 that state the proposed density of the project of 1 dwelling unit per 5.02 acres is still rural in nature and is compatible with the density of the existing neighborhoods in the area.
Derek Kerner, design engineer, 9175 West Black Eagle Drive, Boise. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Brent, can we pull up attachment 41, Exhibit 41? It's the slope map.
Sure.
As the first gentleman that testified, I do need to correct the record. He was mentioning the percent slopes. I was like, man, that doesn't sound right. So I calculated them. I had a slope map in my binder. And once you get there, you'll find out that a whole bunch of the site is white. That needed to be added to that data table. So everything in white is less than 25%. So it's actually 61% of the site is less than 25%.
Is that 6-1?
6-1. And then the next breakdown would be 12% at 25 to 30%, 24% of the site is 30 to 50%, and then 3% of the site is 50 to 100. So just wanted to correct that, and he did. Thank you for pointing that out, sir. There's no surface water rights on this project site, Bella Rosa. The traffic analysis, I think Brent handled it well. We did a traffic analysis, and we submitted that to ACHD. They then said back to us that there is no traffic impact study required. We did have the 1,064 trips for total build-out, and that total build-out is that 10 to 15 year out. As far as lots, one of the ladies had a question about just number of 175 lots. Well, the breakdown is this: 117 homes, 117 residential lots, 35 common lots. And the reason there's so many is because every private road is in its own common lot. And then in those common lots, you also have the equestrian lot that's 10 acres. And then there's also 12 vineyard lots. So that was the breakdown of why, what the confusion there. It's 117 homes. Final points. A lot of passionate testimony tonight. We had better have a really good application, and we do. It's taken a lot of effort, a lot of time to make sure that we comply with your guys' code. We do have a recommendation for approval from staff. We have a recommendation for approval from the county engineer. That's Exhibit 114. And he looks at things like feasibility of the site. And these individuals, Christy, Brent, Zach, they hold us to a very high standard, uncomfortably so sometimes, because you get input coming in from neighbors throughout the process, and they'll relay a concern, and we have to address it. So we rise to the occasion every time. Held us to a very high standard. Their approval does not come easy. With that, we ask for your recommendation for approval tonight. Thank you.
You still have more time if you'd like to make any other additional comments.
We'll stand for questions.
Okay. Any other questions for that? Commissioner Raleigh.
I think the biggest issue I'm hearing tonight is traffic impact and to that southeast corner of the site. Would you agree?
Yes.
And regardless of what ACHD has said or analyzed or studied or not studied formally, you've got a residential street with no sidewalks, no curb, no gutter, no center line, winding up the hill, that now all of a sudden you're going to dump 50-plus cars on average a day back and forth. So that's a big deal. I can appreciate that. Did you or your engineers, your planners, ever look at other options for that secondary exiting of the site that would steer it away from what is obviously a residential neighborhood?
Commissioner, thank you. We have the.
Steve Barbie, you never
Oh, apologies. Steve Barbie, 360 East State Street, Eagle. Commissioner, we have the Willow Creek entrance, we have the Palermo entrance, and there's also a road that we're stubbing to the northwest. So there'll be 3 different accesses that will ultimately distribute the traffic. But I can say that the road all the way to Willow Creek will be constructed prior to our very first phase of Bella Rosa being built. So we're not going to be deferring the Willow Creek access and driving all the traffic through Palermo until some point in the future when we're comfortable. To help address the traffic concerns, we are putting in that primary access through Willow Creek right from the beginning. Also, the peak traffic count was 116 an hour. What was that?
I don't remember. I remember the total.
Brent, do you have
daily-
that figure?
109 vehicle trips per hour in the P and peak hour.
109, that's for the community wide?
From this development, yes.
So if you have 109 per hour, that works out to about 2 per minute. If there's 2 entrances, let's say that the traffic's divided evenly, it's 1 car per minute. So imagine being in Triple Ridge and seeing a car drive by and then counting for 60 seconds. And then another car drives by. So it is absolutely going to increase traffic, but I believe it's not a fair representation to make it seem like we're going to be bringing congestion to the neighborhood, especially with 2 accesses and especially given the low-density nature and the traffic that's expected.
Any questions here?
Just
Yes, Commissioner Rowley, go ahead.
I'm not aware of this area. I never go out that way. So when you talk about this other subdivision that's being built there, what is that one called again?
Palermo?
Palermo. Is that directly to the south?
Of Bella Rosa, yes.
Okay. And so there will be an exit or an alternate exit from Bella Rosa to Palermo?
Palermo then connects to Triple Ridge. So it goes from Bella Rosa through Palermo out through Triple Ridge to Beacon Light.
Okay, so you still have half the traffic in theory going down Triple Ridge.
Correct.
Half
In
out to
theory,
the
half to
west.
Triple Ridge and half out to Willow Creek.
Yes. And did you say something about something to the north, an exit up?
Yes,
that-
we're stubbing, ACHD requested that we stub out a road to the northwest, which we have done. You can see here in the map. So there will be 3 different ingresses and egresses into the community.
Please hold your comments, please.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Murphy?
Hello, gentlemen. What is the I guess the ranch area on the west entrance there? What's going to happen there? You said what, grazing, or what, is that open to the public?
The ranch area, they are intended to be residential lots. The intention there is to make sure we preserve larger features along the entry road and provide variation of sizing in the area of home sites. That is not intended to be public.
Not hiking trails or hiking around that area? Okay. The next question on the Willow Creek entrance, how wide does that road have to be? For a public road, I think ACHD said that'll be a public road, the Bella Rosa Drive.
Yes, ACHD wants us to build a 24-foot paved private road.
24 foot?
Correct.
And then what does the footprint of that look after you put the drainage ditches, et cetera, and the 10-foot trail?
Usually, bottom of your drain ditch is probably 10 feet out from edge of pavement. So 24, 44.
44?
44.
And how wide is it at that point? It looks kind of tight.
You talking about the choke point?
Yeah.
That we have?
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I looked at that, but I think it's 58 feet, not quite 60.
Okay.
So we have enough room to put like a pathway. Well,
And then being so close to people there, was there any intention to put kind of, trees or something like that, or?
yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, We have a pretty robust looking entrance feature. We really do. Because there's nothing, I think that, is that one, it's over an acre right there, that whole club where we enter. And so it's going to be open, a robust entry. And there was a point that I guess I didn't make. There was even a neighbor that lives right there. And she is going to have a really good view. And because we pride ourselves, and you drive in, you see the ranch lot on the right, yellow ranch lot on the left, and you see the vineyard in the background, and you really don't encounter a house for a long time. So these guys really took that upon themselves to map that out and make sure it was pretty grand. So we have a robust entry plan.
Cool. And Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more question? Okay.
So go ahead, yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
Talking about density creep, I think somebody mentioned that. So obviously we were at 10 acres. Now we've changed it. And phase one appears as if they do the small acreage first for phase one, the 1 acre lots. And then it moves to phase two, which is like the 2 acre lots. Do we think that this is going to have mission creep in the future as far as density? Or is this quote unquote set in stone, or at least for now?
Not at least for now, set in stone. There's been a reference to nibbling, and we're not here before you tonight requesting a modification or an adjustment to our existing entitlements. We began the process from zero and have worked with a brand-new application. So we're not seeking the modification of something, asking for more. We've started from scratch. Given that we are further along with identifying the water costs, we know that this volume of lots pencils. And that's why we're here before you tonight, because this one we know will work. We also know that more lots will work, but I don't want that. I want this. This is a good balance. Balance is the word that I think is the word of the day, and I think this plan achieves that.
Any other questions here? So on your,
No, go ahead.
okay. So you're going to start, phase one, you're going to build from west to east or east to west?
Generally, east to west. Our phasing plan is,
We're going to pull up the phasing plan.
Sure.
I just don't remember what exhibit that was.
I don't know either. I have to look that up.
Probably page 500.
Yeah.
Page you on? 250?
I can say that when we find ourselves
250. There it is.
Just think counterclockwise.
Yeah, essentially. When we find ourselves before the Board of County Commissioners, if there's adjustments to the phasing plan that the commissioners feel would be prudent, that's something that we'd certainly be willing to consider. The specific phasing plan is of less concern to us. There are certain engineering and considerations, but we can, if there's a concern of just doing the small lots first and we want to do some larger lots first, that's something we could absolutely look at.
Okay, that was just a matter of, if you're developing your small ones first, a lot of the small ones seem to be to the southeast, and those are going to be the ones that are more likely to going to go down Triple Ridge. So
Again, no, that is correct, yes. We will have that full Willow Creek access there, but if they're closer to that side, they may go to that side. I would ask that it be considered that the first phase is, how many lots, Kyle? Is it 20?
25, it looks like.
25, 20-something?
So if you do the trips math, it's still going to be a very small number of vehicles.
thank you very much. Any other questions? Any more comments?
I just got one.
Commissioner Colson.
And this would probably be for the engineer. And I probably already know the answer to this, and looking at your guys' cut lines and stuff like that, I mean, I thought was very well done. Are the pads going to end up being fully engineered? So the building pads themselves, are you guys cutting those in the slope, fully engineering the plans, and then selling that as a build lot? Or are you, hey, here's the dirt, here's the slope, as the contractor has to deal with that and get it all engineered?
I can comment on that.
Okay.
Whether we cut in a pad or whether the builder cuts in the pad, nothing will be built on the site unless it's fully engineered.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll look to Mr. Danielson. No, we won't. We'll look now for a motion from the commissioners.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move that based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and the testimony from this public hearing, the Commission recommend denial of project numbers 202-600-273, ZC-S-PUD-MSP-PR-HD-ALT, and 202-400.
We have a motion to deny. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Birch, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. I don't mean in any way to beat up on the developer, the owner of the property, or on staff.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Birch, we can't hear you. I'm not sure if it stopped working.
So I was saying, I don't mean to beat up in any way on the developer or the owner of the property or staff for recommending approval. It's just that when you look at the totality of what's involved here, it does not make sense. I mean, the original proposal was a transition. You went from 5-acre lots in Triple Ridge up to 10-acre lots. I had characterized this at the outset as being radical, and it's an extreme difference from what had been proposed before with 10 homes, with 50 homes on 10 acres each. The whole concept is different. When you have homes that are separated by that much acreage, you have a different character of neighborhood. You have different homes that are going to be built there. Those are going to be estate homes. Those are going to be in this economy, those are going to be multi-million-dollar homes on property that is extremely valuable. You're not going to have the noise that you would have if you have homes bunched together. You're not going to have the clubhouse effect. You're not going to have the smaller homes. The 117 homes are not going to look like the estate homes on 10 acres each. They simply won't. The economics would not support it. And so they're going to be lesser homes. The character of those residents, and I don't mean to belittle anybody, is going to be different as well. If you had 10-acre lots, the people that are going to be there are going to be people that can afford those. And that is a different demographic than the people that are going to be able to afford homes on the 117 homes on much smaller lots. That's not to criticize them. It is just to say it is not what was originally presented to the people in Triple Ridge and that live in the area as to what they could expect when the development went in. I understand there's been changes. I understand that Eagle has proposed different things. I also understand that the economy is much different today than it was just a few years ago, with the increase in property values and the increase in the number of people that have moved in. But I do want to point out, as counsel from Elam and Burke said, that this would be a detriment to the people that live in that area. And I want to find specifically in the report where it would talk about it. So bear with me, please, just for a moment. I know what page it's on. I've just got to scroll through. In fact, counsel from Elam and Burke could probably tell you. almost there. There we go. In order for this to be approved, you have to find that the proposed development is not detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. That is from the Ada County Code. Well, the traffic alone, that by itself would be detrimental. And virtually everybody that spoke has mentioned it. And even if it wasn't for the traffic, you've got the issues of how is this change to what was originally proposed going to affect the neighbors in the immediate area, which is the next point. It can be approved if the proposed development does not create undue adverse impacts on surrounding properties. And it does create undue adverse impacts on the surrounding properties. It's too much. It may very well be a great development, but not here. You can't put that here. You can't put that up there on those ridges. You can't go from 50 homes that would be on 10-acre lots to 117 homes that would be clustered in a much smaller area. It is too radical of a difference, and that's why I oppose it. And one way or the other, I'll point out, this is going to go before the Board of County Commissioners. And so be prepared, both sides, to have the same discussion when it does do that. Anyway, that's all I have.
Commissioner Murphy, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was, let's see, rural preservation, and a good plan was put forward, the 10-acre parcels. The county, with, grave oversight, approved to the rural preservation. Now we're in a situation where we're asked to rezone, number one, to rural urban transition, which, okay. But then not only that, but there are several reliefs sought from even the RUT zone. So we're going from rural residential kind of to RUT, but not really, because there's 10 different, or several, we'll say, different reliefs sought. So that's number one. It's not adhering to the dimensional standards of the current zone or the zone that it's seeking to get it rezoned to. It's looking for further. And the Ada comp plan and the Eagle comp plan tell me a different story. I see in the Ada comp plan that residential development in these foothill areas should be discouraged. In Eagle, we'll just go back and forth. The foothills are not flat irrigated farmland that the city has historically approved for development. The complex fabric of existing constraints, topography, erosion, potential location of wetlands, existing sensitive plant and animal communities, which all intersect here, must be considered. And different parts of the Eagle foothills is a big area. There are different parts that are better to build more on, like I said, like up in Villanova, and there are areas that it's good to build less on because of the drastic slope in the geology. And this new proposal is just covered in houses. There's no, it's going to take some major dirt work to get this going. And I don't know how that fits Eagle's position of maintaining as much as possible this area. Both Ada and Eagle say the base residential density for all lands within the foothills planning area should be 1 unit per 40 acres and 1 unit per 10 acres until annexed into the city of Eagle. So now we're looking at rural urban transition with many reliefs citing Eagle Comprehensive Plan as giving them the ability to put 1 to 2 acre houses, but here it states clearly, until annexed into the city of Eagle, and the provision of adequate public facilities is secured or demonstrated. This is a special area up there, and it doesn't seem like all public facilities have been secured or demonstrated as of this particular time. So I don't believe this adheres to ADA comp plan or Eagle comp plan, and it definitely surprises me that the city of Eagle hasn't commented on this. That is very surprising, but I'll take you at your word. This is low-intensity agricultural. ADA comp is goal 5.4, protect for aid, development location, guide growth and development away from hazardous areas that pose a threat to people and property. Well, as previously stated, this sits at the crossroads of all of the major overlay districts. 100-year floodplain as well. Again, the 10-acre thing was manageable. That seemed like a good middle ground. It seemed like going from 40 to 10 is fine. You're not overdeveloping it. It's not part of Eagle City yet, and so, because they want their say also. And, you know, we also know that comprehensive plans are long-term goals. Planning is long-term goals. Zoning, when you have it right at the here and now, when you have the zoning right in front of you, you have to take into consideration the long-term goals, but also not leapfrog a step by squishing this sort of major project in between two established areas. I mean, it would be different if this thing was out, you know, in a different area and it was wide open. This is beautiful. Again, not taking anything away from the developers, but we're trying to squish it in between two developed agricultural areas with not great entrances or exits. It's just doesn't do the public any good. And I think that's one of the criteria for either approving or denying both the planning and development and the rezone. So I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Any other comments?
I'll go ahead. So, you know, looking at this development, first of all, I want to say I appreciate everybody coming in and commenting. One thing I do want to say is I would really appreciate those comments that did happen. There was one that was a little derogatory towards our staff, and I don't really appreciate that at all. But getting off of that, my thing is I am a big property rights guy, and I get this. And I'm on the fence on which way I'm looking at this. I think it's a great development. I love the ideas. I love how, you know, the vineyard, I think it's all good. I think it's great. But the biggest problem that I'm fighting with is one, yeah, we already had it approved for 10-acre lots. It was good to go. It's not our job up here whether it pencils or not. That means nothing. But then the other thing that I'm looking at, and the hard thing that I can't get past, that I'm struggling with is you're adding a lot more, whether ACHD and that's who we're supposed to follow. If there was another out that it had its own out that's not following through this whole subdivision, that everything's not trickling down through there, I think it's a whole different ballgame. And I do agree that, yeah, you may split it with two entrances and there's going to be 50-50, but everybody's going to go the quickest way they can get out of there. And it's going to filter, let's say 75%, I think would be more adequate number coming down through there. And so, I mean, again, I think it's a great development, design, and plan, and I think it's a great idea there. But again, I'm on the fence, so that's what I got.
Thank you. I know at some point this is going to be developed, and It's not going to be this plan, but I'm sure there's something, a sweet spot can be found where there's consideration for the amount of traffic and the density of that area. But I agree with Commissioner Murphy that we were making a zoning change, but then we're kind of going zoning light by getting deviations for lot size, lot coverage, frontage. So we're making several changes, or we're going to have to accept the several changes to the zoning that we're already changing. I do agree that's a special area up there, especially with that foothill area that you do have a lot of very steep slopes. It's going to be hard to develop. And there's a big potential for problems in putting roads and houses up there. I think for me, I look and see what's going on adjacent to the development that we're considering. And you look to the west and you see 5-acre lots. And you try to be consistent with what's going on around there. And it was mentioned that if you go with a higher density, you have barely 24, I was counting roughly 24, 25 that lots that are, say, between an acre and 2 acres. You've set a precedent, so now somebody else can come along and say, hey, look at this, they're doing that there, let's take advantage of that. It's already been done, we should be able to do that too. And I think we need to preserve that hillside development, those hillside areas. And I'll be joining with the commissioners in denying the application, knowing that at some point it will be developed and they'll come back with something that's more agreeable. Commissioner Birch.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you pointing out, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but since we haven't voted yet, but if the motion that's on the table of denial is approved, then we will need to have the facts revised to reflect the denial rather than the approval. And so I turn to either Christie or Mr. Danielson. How long would it take? Should we do it to the September meeting or the October meeting? How much time would you need to revise the facts to reflect the reasons for a denial?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Birch, we could have those revised and ready for the September hearing, which would be September 10th.
All right, I appreciate that. Okay, so I would like to revise that, and I want to explain to the people in attendance here what that means. If we vote to deny this motion, if we vote to deny the project, then at the September 10th meeting, there will be a document presented to us that would reflect that the staff now says they recommend denial. It's not hearing this matter fresh. It is an administrative matter. And so with that, I amend the motion to still recommend denial of this as I had moved originally, subject to tabling to September 10th, 2026, so that staff can revise the report to reflect a denial.
September 10th.
Yes, September 10th.
Okay.
Thank you.
So with that, let's take a vote then. There's a motion to... You got a motion and a second already. So there's been a motion and a second to deny the application. All in favor of denial of this application, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Thank you. The motion is for denial. Thank you very much for your time tonight and for coming out and sticking with us. We appreciate the way you've behaved and presented yourselves.
Thank you for reminding me.
You with that? Was that?
Thank you for reminding me.
I'm usually the one who forgets.
Board of County Commissioners? Well,
Miss-
no. At this point, because we have denied it, we have to revise it. It can't go before them until they revise the facts.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Wickstrom?
It's just sometimes if there's...
still have to do the minutes and,
Yeah, we have to move into another item, but
All right,
you
well,
may approach, sure.
While the noise is going on here.
Z Commission public hearing that was held on July 16th, 2026.
We have a motion to approve the minutes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Rowley seconds it. Oh, Commissioner Rowley seconds it. All in favor of approval indicate by saying aye. Aye. And one abstention by Commissioner Colson. We will now go to,
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. So I will give you the recap from last night's Board of Ada County Commissioners hearing. We did beat them by about 5 minutes. So yesterday we ended at about 10:15. So we're in about 5 minutes later. So we're right in there. So we heard multiple items last night. The first item was application 2025-2508. This was something that came before, why that's going in and out. This was an item that did come before this commission. This was for a request to rezone a property from RUT to industrial. It's right on Franklin Road, on the south side of Franklin, just west of Black Cat, to rezone to light industrial and do a heavy equipment sales and service. So that went before the board last night. They did vote unanimously 3-0 to approve the application, so it'll continue through to get that rezoned as well. The next application on the hearing was for the Palermo subdivision. So this one has a little bit of history as far as some back and forth timetable. So the board originally heard a time extension for the Palermo subdivision in May, and that was tabled. The public hearing was closed and tabled, and then it went to their OBM for a decision. There was additional information that came to staff, and it was tabled multiple times. Eventually, in June, the board voted to reopen the public record, schedule it for a public hearing, but they set the public hearing item to a very limited scope, that they were only going to take testimony on site grading, drainage, trails, pathway, and Old Pearl Road. Just because, and some of this data was in the record, that was added to the record for the Bella Rosa that you heard this evening with regards to Old Pearl Road, some information that we found to kind of show it was actually public right-of-way, which is still under discussion as we speak. So that went to...
Is that the old notes that are towards the bottom of the Bella Rosa?
That's correct, yeah. It was old geological surveys back to...
I'm impressed when I saw it. I'm like, wow, they're digging.
Our survey group is pretty amazing. So they actually found in the old road book from 1889 that Ada County had purchased Old Pearl for a whopping $300. So that was, yeah, that was lots of money back then. So that was added to the record. Anyway, they did take testimony from the public. They did choose to table the application again. This time they're tabling it to October to get some clarification, give staff and the applicant time to meet and talk about the trails and pathway with Ada County Parks and Waterways, and get more clarification on the Old Pearl. So there was a few items that are kind of still sitting out there that need to be addressed, and then there was information provided regarding the public roadway approval being rescinded, so that is something that was also brought up at that hearing. So it was, yes, fun times. So there were 3 items that ended up being tabled to September for a variety of reasons. Some were site posting, needed to be corrected. Another, we were waiting on some data from engineering and the development agreement. So primarily it was those things. The other item that was heard was this one was, I shouldn't say interesting, but I found it interesting. It was a property consolidation application and a variance request. This is one where it's on the south side of Amity Road, just east of, I believe, Linder Road. It's between that mile segment. So the property actually does not have frontage on an approved public or private roadway. It's 5 acres. It needed to be reconsolidated. It got split over time. It needed to be put back together. So that's the property consolidation part of it. But because it doesn't have frontage on public or private roadway, there's an easement that's been there for probably 30-plus years that got them access, but there was no formal private road application. The easement is only from 1889. I'm an Old Pearl roadhead. So they had an easement, didn't meet our code for access and frontage. When they approached the property owners that the easement was located on, they were not willing to enter into a private road application. There was some older residents, they were like, we don't want to change our address to a private road. I mean, I don't want to change my bills either, I get it. So that, it was just an interesting one, that the variance was basically a waiver, in essence, of the private road standards to get them their frontage and access so that they could make it a buildable lot. The board did recommend approval of that. And then the last applications, we had 2 items that kind of drew a crowd last night. The last item was an appeal. So this is something that came before the commission. This was for the event center on Highway 21. It was $13,999. It's kind of in between the 2 Lucky Peak access points, and it's on 44 acres. They were not proposing any structures. It was outdoor only, as well as some agricultural education and different things like that on the property. So,
Goat people. Yeah, it was the goat, yeah.
I'm sorry? The goats. Oh, yes, there was a lot of talking about goat milk last night. It was very interesting. It became a theme of every person. Did you try the goat milk? So the application was appealed by a couple property owners. So Dirk Markham, who's immediately to the east of the property, owns property on both sides of State Highway 21, and then a property a little further down, Mr. Whitehead. They appealed. We took testimony on it. Their primary concerns were traffic, noise, the normal stuff that you get with event centers. The board chose, staff recommended denial of the appeal. Board supported that and also voted to deny the appeal application and reaffirm the commission's approval of the conditional use master site plan. And that was all we had last night. So, any questions from last night?
It's kind of nice that the other one, the one you thought was interesting, that they try to work with the people as much as possible to make it happen.
Yeah. It was unfortunate because we're like, staff, we're tied by our code, but it does give them a way out, so.
All right.
All right. Oh, I shouldn't do that in front of the microphone.